I was hiking in the Olympic National Forest a few years ago, by myself and my 2 dogs. We were 4 days in, and around 20 miles at least, as a crow flies, from even a known mountain road. I was camping around 7,000 feet that night, or right where the tree line started thinning out. So when we got to the campsite, a big open meadow at the top of a secondary mountain, it was about an hour from sunset. My big dog usually runs around within proximity of the camp as I put the tent up and make dinner, etc. But I noticed this time was a little different. He kept staring up at the steep tree-filled mountainside, tail straight up, and barking. Not the bark when he sees marmots. No, not the excited, "Oh, you motherfuckers are lucky because I'd rip you all apart if my master wasn't here," high-pitched barks. But unsure, concerned barks. Now, the day before, I'd found a note left under a rock at the last landmark, saying that there was a problem bear in the area that was harassing a party of campers a few days ago. And I myself had seen big cat tracks the day before, so I was rightfully concerned that this may be more than just ground squirrels. I decided to go climb some of the boulders at the foot of the hill. I took my time, looking up at the hillside for movement, before I went to go hang my bear bag up there. There were only a few trees around to hang the bag. I didn't see or hear anything, but my dog kept quietly whining like there was something up there. So, while still concerned, I started hiking up this steep hill to hang my bag. It was so steep, I had to use the trees to balance and lean against so I didn't go tumbling down before making another 5 or 6 step push to the next tree that I could lean against. Anyway, I'm slowly making it up this hill ridge, hopping from tree to tree to keep my balance. Then I get about 100 feet up the hill, and I hear a whole lot of big movement about 50 feet in front of me. My dog immediately goes from a deep, low growl to a savage, slobber flying everywhere type of barking now. My heart starts pounding out of my chest, and I start to panic. A million thoughts go racing through my head in a matter of seconds. Because if this is a bear, my dog is going to try to save me, in which he will most likely die, and I'm still stuck here. If I have to get off that hillside fast, I'm almost 100% going to trip and fall off a 12 or 15-foot cliff onto the boulders below. Like hundreds of 5 to 20 feet boulders. So, I'm feeling pretty screwed right now. Then I hear my other little dog start barking and freaking out down at my campsite, which was just out of sight. I had zipped her in my tent so that she couldn't wander off while I was away. So yeah, I'm absolutely panicking at this point. A few seconds after, I kind of snap back to it, and I take another few seconds to start to put my survival priorities in order and call my dog back to me. Loki, by the way. He comes and he sits against my feet, as my back is against a tree, so I'm kind of pinned or stuck there for the moment. But my dog was seemingly trying to separate me from whatever was up there, so I let him lean against me while I tried to collect myself. This is when I realized I'd completely forgotten that I had my headlamp on. I reach up so fast to turn my lamp on, I basically punch myself in the face. I'm having some serious adrenaline dumps going on right now, so much so that my knees are starting to shake. I get my headlamp on and peer up the hillside. I figure I'll at least get a reflection off the eyes of whatever's up there. Peering, nothing. But I had just heard something. We both did. And whatever it was didn't get away or sound like it had made it too far. I knew something was there. So I'm kind of just steadfast at this point. I need to know what's up there, because I have to sleep here tonight. And you know, I'm out in the middle of nowhere, alone. Better to face it than wait like a sitting duck all night, is my thought process. So yeah, I'm looking up this hill, and at one point my dog lunges forward, unpinning me. He does a fake bluff charge up the hill, about 15 feet. And I mean, he's snarling and foaming at the mouth at this point. As he does this, I finally see movement. Something moving up and breaking the line of the horizon. My dog's bluff made whatever it was blow its cover, so I'm zeroed in. I call my dog back and silently watch. And what I make out makes my heart completely drop. There was a man crouched about 75 feet directly in front of me, wearing not camo clothes, but some raggedy shit with a hood that blended into the environment perfectly. Actually, almost like a makeshift ghillie suit, but with his face exposed. I couldn't see his eyes, and his face was covered in dirt or something, but I knew we were staring right at each other at that moment. So I stare for what seems like minutes. No words. I felt like I was trying to subconsciously convey that I was going to stand my ground. I wanted him to know I saw him, but I guess I was just too shaken up to speak. As I'm staring, my little dog back at the campsite started to bark her head off again, like she was scared. And I also had to get off that hill before total dark, or I could be seriously hurt or risk dying trying to get back down. So carefully, I start heading down the hill with my dog, who doesn't want to leave but listens. Periodically, I would stop and put my back against a tree, holding me up, and look in that direction again, just to make it even more clear I saw him. And eventually, I make it down to the boulders at the bottom. By the time I finally jumped down and hit the boulders, my little dog had stopped barking. I could only see the top of my tent from the bottom of the boulders. I thought that she was just barking to bark. Dachshunds do that. Or just barking back at my other dog. But when I got there, my little dog had somehow got out of the tent and was walking around the camp growling, with her tail sticking straight out. Still trying to hold it together, I thought, okay, maybe she just got her nose between the zippers and worked her way out. But I was positive that I had zipped it so the zipper tab opening was at the very top of the tent door, out of reach. So in a mixture of being terrified, pissed off, and the feeling of needing to do something, I reached into my day bag and I pulled out my .40 caliber. I fire a single shot into the air as the sun was setting. I climb into my tent without eating, and I lay my gun next to me until first light. As soon as the sun came up, I was packing my shit and leaving, heading back down the mountain. It sucks. It was all downhill back, but I still couldn't cover the ground to get back to my car in one day. It was dark by the time I made it to the last camp, about 4 miles from our vehicle. But thankfully, there were other people there. We sat around a fire that they'd made, and I felt pretty relieved and safe. They start to tell me how they're planning to head that way, where I was the night before, in the morning. So I tell them my story, in detail. Needless to say, we were both walking back to our cars in the morning. Screw all that. The thing that still creeps me out to this day is when I got home and I started reading reviews of the same hike I was on. Other people had had similar experiences like mine as well. Even a man found dead from a fall around the same boulder range 2 years ago. And a woman found murdered last year. This encounter happened late this afternoon. I'm still pretty shaken up about this, and I can't get it out of my mind, so bear with me. My day started as it normally does. Early morning work shift, come home, drive my partner to work, come home to nap. However, when I got home, my partner texted me saying to pick them back up because they just got news they were laid off for the winter due to a very slow season. I went back out, came back, and went for my nap while my partner was playing video games. I was in a pretty deep sleep with my favorite TV show playing in the background that I've seen a million times. About 2 hours or so later, I woke up to my creaky front door being opened, followed by a deep and unfamiliar hello. I listened intently, as I thought it could be my partner's friend who often stops by. I didn't hear anything further, so I shrugged it off to my TV, and I tried to go back to sleep. Shortly after that, I hear my partner open their bedroom door. I hear them yell, "Who the hell are you, and why are you in my house?" I panic as I don't know who they're talking to, but I listen to the short interaction. An older man, very startled by my partner's presence, explains that he had watched a package be delivered, and after no one came to get the package right away, he decided to come inside. The package was still on my porch afterwards. My partner tells this stranger who had been walking towards my bedroom to leave and that they're calling the cops. The man lingers, stalling my partner, and asks if he can use our bathroom. They say, "No, get out," and the man slowly makes his way out and drives away. We called the police immediately after he left, giving them his and his vehicle's description. I called my neighbor to let them know and keep an eye out, and he informed me that when he came home 2 or 3 hours earlier, that vehicle was parked at the end of our street, and when he drove by, the man covered his face. I can't stop thinking that this man knows my schedule and has targeted me for something, but I'm so lucky that today, of all the days, I was not home alone. This is something that happened to me and my family in 2007 or so. I was 10 years old then. My parents' house is pretty big. It has 2 floors and is situated in a residential neighborhood just outside of a big city. It's an upper class, very chill and incredibly boring neighborhood, but pretty safe. Okay, back to the story. One night before going to bed, my dad went to check if the front door was locked. But he must have been very tired that night because instead of locking it, he unlocked it. At that time, my grandma was living with us, and her bedroom was the one on the ground floor. My sister and I, as well as my parents, had our bedrooms upstairs. As you walk through the front door, you step into the hallway, which leads to my grandma's bedroom on the left, and also the kitchen next to it. If you make a right, you walk into the living room where you can go up the stairs onto the other floors. When entering the living room, you have to take a big step downward, like going down the stairs, but there's just one step. In the middle of the night, my grandma hears a loud bang. She gets out of her bedroom and looks around to see what happened. No one else heard this. At first, she couldn't see much because the only source of light was the moonlight shining through the windows. The light switch was all the way across the living room, right next to the staircase. So she had to walk through the living room to turn the lights on. For some reason, she didn't turn the lights on. She decided to walk up to the couch that was in the living room because she could see that there was someone lying on it. But she couldn't figure out who it was. The lights were off. She thought that my mom must have had an argument with Dad, and she came downstairs to sleep on the couch. It wasn't my mom. It was a stranger. The loud bang she heard was this person falling off that step that led into the living room. You wouldn't expect it to be there. You'd just think that it was flat ground, so they felt pretty bad. It just didn't cross her mind that it could be someone who broke into our home, who breaks into someone's house and decides to sleep on the couch. It's so random. So my grandma goes up to this person, still thinking it was her daughter, touches them gently, and asks what's going on. Why is she sleeping there and not in her room? The intruder is a woman in her 50s. She mumbles some random words, and Grandma realizes immediately that the woman trying to sleep on the couch wasn't my mom. She also reeked of alcohol. At that point, my grandma goes upstairs to my parents' bedroom and tells them that there's a stranger sleeping on the couch in the living room. My parents freak out, and my dad proceeds to take his sword off the wall. My mom was hanging onto my dad from behind as he slowly walked downstairs with the sword in his hands. He tapped the woman with the sword while she was still laying there drunk, out of her mind. He began shouting at her and asking her what she was doing in our house. She was barefoot, and it was winter at that time, so she walked in the snow without shoes. At this point, my dad realizes that it's just a homeless person seeking shelter, as it was very cold outside and she wasn't properly dressed for it. She was scared and was begging my dad not to hurt her. They eventually called the police and they took her with them. I don't know what happened to her after that, if she was arrested or not, but we never saw her again. My sister and I slept through this whole mess, which is a bit concerning, and our parents told us what happened the next morning. It was a bit unnerving thinking that if my grandma wouldn't have heard that loud bang, who knows what this woman would have done while we were all sleeping. This just happened to me. I'm walking to my car, and a sheriff's car is honking and driving by me. I'm thinking the sheriff needs to enter the driveway of the hotel that I'm crossing, so I move out of the way. He motions again, so I cross the driveway, and he follows me. Then he motions me over, all while his windows are up. I remove my earbud and I start walking closer. He rolls his window down and says, "Get in." And I'm like, "What?" He says again, "Get in the car." There's stuff in the front seat, so the only place to get is in the back. I ask him for his badge number, and he rolls up his window and speeds off, tires screeching. It literally took me a few seconds to realize what happened and called Hubster. I'm low-key shook. That is a predator, and he's using his uniform as power over women to possibly harm them. I'm upset at myself because, other than seeing the things in his car and the fact that he was in uniform, I can't give you any details of how he looks other than his ethnicity. The rest of him is a blur. I already called the non-emergency number for the police department, but obviously they didn't answer. So I'll be going in person to make a report. When I was younger, every year for Christmas, I would drive upstate to my aunt's house, along a stretch of highway. I cannot for the life of me remember the name of this road. All I know is it runs nearby Akron, New York, at some point. However, most of the drive is through rural areas with little to no towns nearby. So it was the dead of night, and my groggy self had gotten off a long shift, and I had to drag my ass to my aunt's house since my extended family was expecting me the following morning. Near halfway through the drive, I realized I was low on gas, which irritated me. My brother told me he had filled it up the day before, so He either forgot or was straight lying. I saw an archaic-looking sign for a gas station off the next road. It wasn't an official road sign, literally a pole with a slab of metal attached to it. Gas off next exit or something along those lines, painted on it. That seemed a little sketchy, but people do the same thing with fruit stands on the highway, so whatever. I pulled off the next exit on some dilapidated country-ass road through dense woods. The whole thing was creepy and surreal. I kept expecting Leatherface to come running out of the trees with a chainsaw. Anyways, eventually I came to the gas station and realized quickly it hadn't been open for years. It was all rusted and the convenience store roof was caving in. The gas pumps had all been taken out as well. I pulled over next to it and checked my gauge. I would probably only make it another half mile before running out. So I called AAA, and they said they'd send a truck over. Now I played the waiting game. I left my engine on because when the headlights were off, everything was pitch black. My paranoid self wasn't sitting next to an abandoned gas station in the middle of a forest in complete darkness. So most of the wait went uneventfully until I sensed movement around the side of the old store where my lights were pointed. I look up, but I didn't see anything more, so I looked back down at my phone. Then, over the sound of the night, I hear someone yell,
"Hey buddy, come here. Come here. Come here.
in a demanding tone. I look up and I shit you not, there's a dude standing by the old store, looking towards me, illuminated by my headlights. He looked like a run-of-the-mill homeless guy. I was honestly spooked and figured he must have been squatting there. Still watching him, I rolled down my window and I yelled something like, "Yeah, what's up?" Still mentally crapping myself. I had my foot ready to floor it out of there at the first sight of trouble.
You got any change?
Nah, I don't. Sorry, man. I look up at him. He has this kind of vacant expression and is standing stiff. Then I see more movement. There are heads, about 20 or so heads, peeking around the trees beyond the man that I'm talking to. I can't see them clearly at all, but they're definitely people. Literally just heads, staring in my direction from around the trees. I saw another guy beginning to walk from around the gas station, and then I turned around and sped off. I got as far away from that place as my tank could carry me, and I updated AAA on my location. The AAA driver came back over and filled me up, and I didn't say anything. But after he left, I wanted to call the cops, so I called the nearest town's sheriff department. They said they'd send a trooper over, and I gave them the location. When I got to my aunt's house, they called me back and said whoever was there was gone, but they could tell a large number of people had been living there for a while. Blankets, canned food, the usual. The whole situation still freaks me out. But frankly, I can consider myself lucky I'll always have such a creepy story to tell. I'm just glad nothing bad happened. Yeah, to the creepy dudes at the gas station. Let's not meet. I'm from Japan, and I've had several paranormal or inexplicable experiences throughout my life, although I'm still a skeptic. I decided to share one of my stories with the hope of hearing from others about similar experiences. To this day, I still wonder if it was an actual human being or something else. When I was 14, my family and I went on a trip to a rural place in a prefecture called Nagano. We had to drive through the mountains for a while. When we drove past a parking lot on the side of the mountain road, I heard a man's voice saying,
"Excuse me."
The voice sounded sort of devoid of energy or soulless, yet it was so clear. It sounded so lifeless that I got the impression that he was injured and asking for help. But at the same time, it sounded like my brain had played tricks on my ears, so I ignored it. In Japan, we call it sky ear when you hear things that aren't there. So, about 5 seconds after hearing the voice, I told my family, "I just heard sky ear." My brother said, "Me too." My father, who was driving, looked back and said, "Someone said, 'Excuse me,' right?" My brother then responded, "I heard, 'Help me.'" My father took a U-turn and drove back. He parked on the side of the parking lot, got out with my brother, and started looking for the person. There were a few cars parked, so they were even looking under the cars. My mom, who was sitting behind me, was confused because she had not heard a voice at all. At this point, we didn't think it was anything paranormal. We were concerned that there may be someone injured or dying. But while waiting in the car, both my mother and I suddenly started feeling spooked out. My mother was especially freaking out, saying, "I'm feeling really scared all of a sudden." My father and my brother came back into the car, looking confused. My father kept saying that it was surreal because they went to see if there was anywhere that a person could have gone, but there was no path behind the parking lot. It was sort of just a steep cliff, and there was no soul in any of the cars or down the cliff. I still remember what the voice sounded like. It was an adult male voice. It sounded so flat and monotonous that you would think whoever said it wasn't quite alive. Have you ever heard a voice like that? When I was about 9 years old, this would have been in the early 90s, my family and I lived in a house with a fairly big wooded area behind our backyard. I say fairly big because it wasn't big enough that you could really get lost in it for very long. But it was big enough that you could walk into it for a good 20 minutes before making it to the center. It got pretty thick in some areas, and you couldn't see any of the houses from the neighborhoods once inside. To my friends and I, it was a magical world. We played in those woods all summer long. My mom would let us go in there as long as we were back by sundown. Like I said, this was the early 90s, and times were a little different then. My best friend would come over and we would run out there and play for hours. We played hide and seek, army, Star Wars, anything we could think of. But our favorite thing to do was climb trees. We had a favorite tree to climb. It was a huge pine out towards the middle of the woods. The branches at the bottom were low enough that we could grab on and pull ourselves up. And the branches leading up were all very strong. We could climb really high and see a view from above most of the other trees. Sometimes when I got bored at home, I'd go out there by myself. I'd climb real high in that tree and just think about stuff. I loved being way up there. It was so peaceful and calm. One Sunday, I decided to go on a solo mission in the evening. I knew I didn't have too long before dark, so I hurried into the woods to get a good climb in. I was up in my spot in no time. I remember it was late summer, and the weather was still warm late into the evening. I wanted to be able to see a little bit of sunset, and then I'd climb down and hurry home. I just sat up there and daydreamed as I waited for the sun to begin to set. Then I heard a twig snap on the ground. and when I looked straight down, I saw a man standing at the base of the tree, looking up at me. I remember he was wearing a filthy brown jacket, and he had a patchy beard. His hair was sticking up at random places, looking like he'd been relentlessly running his fingers through it. He was just staring at me with this bizarre expression that seemed to be one of wonder and delight. It was an extremely unnerving look, almost a look of someone that just realized they stumbled across the gold at the end of the rainbow. That's the only way I can describe it. It made my blood run cold. I went completely numb, like ice had been injected into my veins. I didn't know how long he'd been watching me before I noticed him. Thinking about that still makes me shiver. We just stared at each other for a moment. He didn't say anything, and neither did I. It sounds strange, but I didn't want to scream or tell him to go away because I had this feeling that told me not to provoke him in any way. After a few minutes, he spoke.
You coming down anytime soon?
I shook my head back and forth. I didn't know what to say to him. It was clear I was very uncomfortable at this point, and that should be enough to make a decent person go away. But he only grinned at me. Then he reached his hand up and grabbed the bottom branch of the tree, as if to test it, to see if it could hold him. I do believe that he may have been planning to climb the tree to me, but the lowest branch was flimsy. It wasn't strong enough to hold a full-grown adult. I thank God for that. He soon realized this and gave up, but I had seen enough. I finally broke my silence and started to yell for someone to help me. I kept screaming and screaming. The man backed away a step or two from the tree, and then he began to mumble and curse under his breath. He flailed his arms in the air in a rage and began making a motion like he was pushing an invisible person in front of him. Eventually, he turned and walked away, sort of stumbling with each step. I don't think anybody heard my cries because nobody came to help me. I stayed up in that tree for what felt like hours because I wasn't sure if he was really gone. Finally, I climbed down because the sun was beginning to set. I couldn't bear to be out there at night. I hit the ground and bolted back to my house, positive that he would pop out from a shadow and grab me. He never did. I made it home and told my parents. My dad went out to look in the woods, but he never saw anyone. We stayed in that house for about another 2 years before we moved across town to a bigger house. I never played in those woods again for the rest of our time there. I still think about that man sometimes. What would he have done if I had come down? I have no idea, but that question does keep me up some nights. Shortly after moving into my first place, I started having strange encounters with one of my neighbors on laundry night. I would pass through my neighbor's carport when it rained to get to the laundromat. He stood in the shadows a bit and startled me several times, possibly avoiding the rain. I tried to be friendly, but he would just stare at me, smoking his cigarette, not say a word. Soon, it became a regular routine for him, and then the apartment across the way opened up, and he moved to that one. I changed laundry to a daytime-only event. One night, I sat on my stoop on the phone and noticed a red light in the distance. It was him, sitting in the dark with a video camera, pointed straight at me. I went inside to tell my friend, who had just been crashing at my place for a few weeks, freaked out and relieved about that timing. That night, he went out, and when he was gone, I heard loud bangs. They sounded far away, but I used a noisemaker, so I couldn't be sure what it was. The next day leaving, we noticed that the wood on the door around the deadbolt was smashed up. I asked him if he noticed it when he came back, but it was late and he was drunk, so he wasn't sure. The maintenance people looked and were very concerned because it looked like someone had tried to break in while I was home alone. Shortly after that, I left and got a new apartment. Luckily, my new roommate had an amazing big dog, and when she was out of town one night, I woke up at like 3 a.m. to him growling at her window. I went over and ensured it was locked. The next day, my neighbors asked if I was locked out, and I asked no, why? Sure enough, the screen on the outside was all twisted, as if someone tried to break in, but got interrupted by a very big dog. The worst part was I had out-of-state plates, and all of my friends kept telling me that I should get them switched, that I was sticking out to the police. I often thought that he tracked me down by my plates and tried again at my new place. Or maybe I was just paranoid, and these were a series of break-ins, looking for money or jewelry or something. My brother's partner, best friend, and I recently took a trip to Kansas City to go to an Orville Peck concert. We waited until sort of last minute to reserve an Airbnb because we weren't 100% sure who was all going. Nonetheless, we found one just outside of Kansas City in a suburb called Grandview at a pretty reasonable rate. The host's overall rating was good, and we didn't see anything out of the ordinary when reading the first few reviews. So we thought we had gotten a pretty good deal. We arrived in Grandview a little after 3 p.m. Our Airbnb was the bottom floor of the owner's home, and as we pulled up to the house, we noticed quite a bit of religious signs and statues on the lawn. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't have an issue with people believing what they believe in, so long as it doesn't infringe upon other people's rights. But here we were, a group of very visibly queer folk about to attend a gay country concert, blindly walking into someone's home that we'd be staying at for the next 2 nights. We decided there was nothing to be worried about, and that after all, we technically were in the Bible Belt, so we shouldn't be surprised that we were staying in a home of someone who was religious. My brother and partner called the host and met her at the door of our guest suite. She showed them around while the rest of us got our suitcases unloaded. When they came back to meet us, they said that she was super nice, and again, our minds were at ease. We decided to hang out, order food, and rest a little before we headed off to the concert that night. Our comfort didn't last long, though. While we were getting our suitcases unpacked and laying around in one of the bedrooms of our guest suite, my youngest brother was casually looking through the drawers and dressers and side tables, as anyone would. Most of what he found was normal: extra bed sheets, pens, paper tablets, nothing really out of the ordinary. That is, until he came across something that would completely change our outlook on the trip. Inside the drawer was a Bible. Not super weird considering where we were staying, but as he was flipping through the pages, a small tinfoil packet fell out. Now, for those of you who don't know anything about drugs or what they look like, what fell out of that Bible rhymes with smack star heroin. That's right. Not even 30 minutes into our stay, my youngest brother found hard drugs in the fold of a Bible. At this point, we weren't sure what to do. We didn't want to tell the hosts, and we most certainly didn't want to call the cops. We contemplated taking the packet and throwing it away at some random gas station, but ultimately we decided to put it back where we found it and act like none of us had seen it. We got food and started getting ready for the concert. While the rest of us got ready, my partner, who wasn't going to the concert, started reading through the household handbook. Everything seemed pretty standard, except a few lines that read something like, "We will respect your privacy so long as you respect ours. We can be as available as you need us to be, and if you're interested in speaking about the ministries of God, feel free to reach out." Again, I have nothing against people following the religions they do, but that seemed like an awfully out-of-place thing to put in your house rules handbook for your guest suite. There were a few other books around the guest suite that stuck out as a bit off base, with titles like Teaching Men to Comprehend How Women Think and How Women Should Think. We ignored these things for the most part, aside from my partner, who was now freaked out about being left alone in the suite while the rest of us went off to our concert. I told him it was just some Bible-thumping bullshit, and that he really didn't have anything to worry about. He's a worrywart, though, so as soon as we left, he locked himself in the bedroom and started looking a little bit more into the books that we found. He came to the realization that the books were associated with a group called IHOP-KC, or International House of Prayer, a predominant religious cult founded in Kansas City, a majority of whose members live in the Grandview suburb where we were staying. I could write a whole separate post about the beliefs of IHOP-KC members, but essentially they are an evangelical Christian group that has a functioning 24/7 prayer room that's been going nonstop since 1999. There's also a murder, ruled suicide, cover-up associated with the group. But again, it's all too much to go over here. We got back from the concert really late, not to mention a couple of us were still heavily intoxicated from drinking at the concert. So he didn't mention anything about it that night, but he was quick to tell us in the morning. At this point, we thought, okay, these people are part of some weird church, whatever, it's fine. That explained some of the weird rules and books that we'd found. We left for the day to go hang out around the city, and when we got back to rest, my friend and partner started doing some more reading on the group. That is when they found that we were actually staying in one of the predominant leaders' houses. We figured this out by cross-referencing the names of our hosts with the names of important members on the International House of Prayer University website. After this, we started to snoop a little bit more in our suite. We found large barrels of dried food, a jug of some liquid that we later found out is what they drink when they fast, and lots of IHOP-KC teaching materials. Basically, it seemed like they were completely prepared for some sort of end-of-times rapture. Eventually, we did go back and read more thoroughly through the reviews, and we found a few that would have set off some red flags. For example, one review stated how the male owner brought out a gun in front of the people who were staying there. Yikes. Not to mention, if there was even a hint of negative review left, the host would leave a snarky reply. Needless to say, we spent as much time away from the Airbnb as we could for the remainder of our trip. And although we were never in any direct danger, we did feel very uncomfortable with the whole thing. Had a pretty terrifying thing happen to me the other night. A bit of backstory, I'm 18 and a leader in a Boy Scouts of America troop. The troop I'm affiliated with is about 50 minutes from where I live, and to get to it, you have to go through a larger town of 50,000 plus people. This town is split in half by a river, and the part of the city north of the river is considered to be the rougher part of town, with a higher homeless population. After the scout meeting, I drove around town to see all the Christmas lights, and eventually I made my way into the rougher area. I drove past some nice decorations and turned down a side street. There were street lights at every intersection, but it was nearly pitch black in between the streets, right where the alley is. As I turned, I saw someone in a black coat just standing in the middle of the road, right where the alley is, with their arms at their sides. They started walking towards me slowly and raised their arms up in the air like they were signaling me. I had recently watched a video where a young woman waved a car down on a dark road and had people with her, and had what I could only guess were evil intentions. As soon as I saw this person in the darkest part of the street, my blood ran cold, and I backed up and drove away as fast as I could, while still paralyzed with fear. In hindsight, I probably could have called police dispatch to see if that person had actually needed help, but who knows? I should really invest in a dash cam. This happened in 2016 when I was a 17-year-old first-year college student in film school. I lived alone in my first ever apartment. It was really small, but I was really proud of my independence. I never felt unsafe in this apartment for several reasons. There were multiple gates in the residence that needed to be opened through a code that only people who lived there knew. My door had 3 different locks, and it was right next to the university, so most people who lived in the neighborhood were college students. Nothing bad had ever happened in the neighborhood before. I've always been careful, very careful, with locking the door when I leave my home. I always check twice. I have slight OCD. So this one time, I leave to go to class and I lock my door, but for some reason, I couldn't get the key out of the lock. It was completely stuck. So I went to get the caretaker of the building to help me, but he wasn't there. I was getting late for class, so I went to class with the key still in the lock. I took off the keychain so that it wouldn't be as noticeable. When I got home, the caretaker was back, so he came to help me, and we couldn't get it out for 15 minutes, until somehow he did. He told me that the lock was damaged, and that I didn't necessarily need to change it if I only lock it once instead of twice. I said, okay, and that was the end of it. I really wasn't worried because of how safe I felt in this building. Flash forward to 2 months later. I was taking out the trash one night around 11 p.m. while on the phone with my sister. I remember telling her that I was taking out the trash and then I would take a shower afterwards before heading to a party. As I previously said, I always lock the door, even just to take out the trash. Because of my lock being damaged, I only locked it once. When I got back to my apartment, I found the door unlocked, which immediately alarmed me. So I went into the apartment and locked the door immediately, with 3 different types of locks. When you walk into my apartment, which is just 215 square feet, you have the main room in front of you and the bathroom door immediately to your left. I had left the bathroom door slightly open, enough so that I could see a man in my shower, turning his back to me. Naturally, when I saw this, I tried to open the door and leave as fast as possible, except my main lock was damaged from 2 months earlier, and I couldn't open it no matter how hard I tried. At this moment, all I could think of was the fact that I had to leave as fast as possible. I jumped out the window without really thinking. I figured it was the only solution, except I lived on the 2nd floor, so I completely smashed my ankles on the landing. I started running in whichever way that I could, and when I got a little bit further from the building, I looked back, and a man was there, at my window, watching me run away. I thought of 2 possible outcomes. Either the man was going to jump and chase me, except I wouldn't get very far with my twisted ankles, or he would get scared of heights and be locked in my apartment. Thankfully, he picked option number 2. I went to hide in a bush a little further, and I called the police, who arrived in just 10 minutes because I live close to the station. They pushed my door open, and the man was there just sitting on my couch, holding a kitchen knife, waiting for me to come back, like he didn't think I would call the police. They arrested the guy and later told me that he'd already been arrested for sexual assault, attempted kidnapping, and attempted murder. They also eventually told me how everything had happened. Like I said, it was a very friendly neighborhood with mostly college students. So he got inside the building by other people holding the door for him. He then heard me telling my sister that I was going to take a shower, which was why he was waiting in the bathroom for me. He crocheted my lock while I was taking out the trash. He had apparently noticed me on school campus and followed me to my home several times before succeeding to actually get in. He stayed inside waiting for me because I had recently changed my phone. The previous one was still on the table, so he thought I didn't have a phone to call the police. I don't live there anymore, but after that, to get into the building, we all needed identification proving we lived there. Building IDs were created. We had to scan them every time, and it was the only way to go inside the building. Nothing bad happened in the neighborhood after that. It's back to being very peaceful and friendly. This story takes place when I was 14. It was late summer, and I was coming home from hanging out at the beach for my best friend Mia's birthday party. When I got off the subway at my stop, I looked at the bus arrival screen. The bus I would normally take home was arriving in an hour. Being a tired 14-year-old girl, I decided to take an alternate bus route home. This was a decision I would later regret. When I get off the bus at the stop, I have about a 10-minute walk to my building. My area at night is pretty quiet, not many cars on the streets. As I'm walking up the street, I hear the sound of an engine nearby. I look over my left shoulder, and I see a white panel van. I know, how typical. It's rolling up the street. I tried to think nothing of it, but when I turn onto my street, the van does too. Now I'm unsettled and start walking faster. This van is driving slowly and it never passes me. When I turn up the long driveway to my building, the van once again turns too. Now I'm scared. The driveway to my building has an ice rink on the side of it, with bright lights. So I walk beside the rink under the bright lights. There are small townhouses on the other side of this driveway. The van catches up to me and stops. So I think maybe this person is lost and trying to ask for directions. I was trying to find some way to rationalize this. I stop. I stay about 4 feet from the van just in case. I look in the van window to see an older man starting to bald with black hair and a white t-shirt. I ask if they're lost. They don't respond. Instead, they try to get me into their van. I say no and start walking, but the van continues to drive slowly, following me. When a red car begins to drive down the driveway, the van drives all the way to the end of the driveway and waits for the red car to turn out before reversing to be beside me again. The man is still trying to get me into his van. I want to make a mad dash to my building, but I'm worried he'll see where I live, so I keep walking. When another car comes down the driveway, the van does what it did before. It drives to the end and waits for the car to leave. But this time, there's a cab dropping someone off at the townhouses. The cabbie is closing his trunk when he sees me. "Are you okay?" he asks. I tell him how the van has been following me, and every time a car comes, the van drives to the end and waits for it to leave before following me again. The cabbie tells me that he'll get in his car and drive to the end of the driveway and sit there for a bit so I have enough time to run to my building. I tell him okay and thank you. The van is back in line with me again, so the cabbie gets in his cab and drives up the driveway. The van follows. I look and I see 2 vehicles sitting there. I run up the rest of the driveway into my building's lobby. My heart is racing. When I get to my apartment, I'm still freaked out. I go into my room and I call the cops. While I'm on the phone with the cops, I look out my bedroom window and I see the van. It's slowly driving around my building, looking for me. Now I'm fully panicking. The cops send officers to sweep the area, but they don't find him. 2 officers come to my apartment to get a statement from me. About a week after this happened, the officers come back to my apartment. They show me a photo of the man from the van that they were able to get from a security camera on the side of my building. I told them the man in the photo was the one that had followed me. They told me that they found him and that he was being put on a sex offenders list. So, to the man in the white panel van, let's not meet. So my sister called my family the other day and told my parents about a strange man that she and her friend came across in Mendocino County, California. They've been there for about a week and were out walking in the Redwoods when a man appeared out of practically nowhere and startled them. My sister claimed that he looked completely normal and was even kind of handsome, in her opinion, but he gave off a creepy vibe pretty quickly. He apparently began asking them weird questions like who they were and what they were doing out in his woods. After they explained that they were just out exploring, he quickly got annoyed and said that they were liars. My sister and her friend began to walk away quickly as they assumed he was probably on drugs, but he walked after them and said more weird stuff. She says that he even asked them to kiss each other because he knew they were lesbian lovers. They are not lesbians, by the way. My sister's friend apparently turned around and screamed at him to just leave them alone. My sister said that this is where he got scary as hell. She says that he gave my sister and her friend the most evil, hateful look that she's ever seen in her life. And he said this in response.
You two are such disrespectful bitches. I've killed a few of you over the last few years, and I'd love to add you both to my count.
My sister and her friend didn't even hesitate and both booked it right after he said that. They heard him chasing after them and screaming at them. My sister says that she couldn't make out much of what he said other than that he would chop them up and a few other threats. They both made it safely out of the woods, and they didn't see him anywhere. They got in their car and sped back to the town they were staying in. They called the police to file a report and headed to another area, and they'll be heading home soon. I'm scared and pissed off that some creep did this to them. I came home from work today to receive some very unsettling news from one of my roommates. It started when I went to let the dogs out into the backyard. Our back door is in the kitchen, so on my way to let them out, I passed by the oven and noticed that it was on. It surprised me a bit because my roommate Mandy was the only other person home, and she'd been spending most of her time back in her room due to feeling ill. Even so, I figured that I should ask first before turning it off, on the off chance that she was actually using the oven. I went to the end of the hallway where her room was, knocked on her door, and asked, "Hey, is the oven supposed to be on? Like, are you using it right now?" Confusion and concern was immediately apparent in her voice as she replied, "What? No, I haven't even been out in the kitchen today." I shared her confusion and concern upon hearing this, and then I pondered the possibility that Carl, her brother, our other roommate, had been the one to leave it on by mistake. I asked her if this could be the case, and she told me that Carl was still at work, but he had been since early that morning. This was when she and I began to piece together something very strange had to have happened. I told her that I had just gotten home a few minutes prior. It was a little after 3 p.m. at that point, and I'd left the house around 7:30 that morning. She then informed me with horrific realization that at around 11 a.m., she heard noises coming from the living room, including a woman's voice, a chair moving, and the front door opening. She didn't realize at that time I was at work, so she just assumed it was me and didn't think much of it. She then mentioned that in hindsight, though, the dogs were barking an unusual amount during this time. I asked her how long noises were coming from the living room, and she said that it was hard to tell because she was trying to sleep at the time, but that if she had to guess, they lasted about 20 minutes. Mandy, Carl, and I are the only residents of this home, and as mentioned before, Carl and I were both at work during that time frame, so Mandy was the only person who reasonably should have been in the house. I thanked her for informing me of this, and then I went back to the front half of the house and did a quick comb of the area to check for anything else that looked out of place or missing. I didn't discover anything else out of the ordinary, and as of the time of posting this, nothing else has come of it. I'm a single male, 33, who lives alone in Denver. My apartment complex is not what you would call a nice building. I'm on a road close to Colfax Avenue, which, if you're familiar with the geography of this area, is not the safest boulevard in town. I'm a few streets away from it, but close enough that I wouldn't consider this an up-and-coming neighborhood. This evening, I was watching Netflix on my couch. My 2 cats were cuddled up against me as I lay under a comforter. The night before, I had watched a horror movie that was scary enough to leave me in an unsettled mood, making it hard to sleep. So this night, I decided to watch a stand-up special instead, keeping it light so I wouldn't have trouble getting some shut-eye. I have classes early the next morning, so I was surprised when I made the conscious decision to turn on a second stand-up special and let myself fall asleep on the couch. I was just so comfy where I lay, and I didn't want to move, not even to turn off several lights throughout my apartment. I remember dozing off around 11 o'clock. It was effortless, which meant I was really snug under the covers, with my cats flanking me on either end, creating a tucked-in feeling. I fell into a dream wherein I was on an impromptu date with this guy, whom I didn't recognize, at a Blockbuster video store. He bought me blue and yellow underwear, like Blockbuster would sell in Dreamland, insinuating that I would take the hint of his intentions. He was also desperate for a job, so when we got to the counter, he was given an off-the-cuff interview that didn't go well. And all of a sudden, I'm not sleeping anymore. I'm woken up by a knock at my door. Then a man's voice says, "Maintenance." I just sat there, sitting bolt upright on my couch. I knew something was off. I looked at my phone, which was near my left hand, and the time was 2:15 a.m. I didn't move. The floors in my apartment are old wood, and there are many creaky floorboards. I didn't want whoever was knocking to know that someone was home and awake, let alone alert to his presence. My cats got up and ran over to the door as they normally would, but I stayed still and listened. After a few minutes with no answer, the man walked away from the door and down the hallway to the stairs. A moment after that, I heard the back door to the building swing open and close. I have one window where I have a partial view of that door, so I break my paralysis and race over to it. I saw an old-looking green SUV sitting in the no parking zone just in front of the back door. It must have been running the entire time because I didn't hear it start up, and the brake lights were glowing red. Someone, presumably the maintenance man, got in that car and drove off. I don't know what his intentions were, but no one knocks on someone's door at 2:15 a.m. claiming to work for the landlord with good deeds in mind. Had it been a true emergency, wouldn't he have just knocked again, used his service key to get into the unit? What did I just avoid here? I can only assume that it was an attempted robbery at best or abduction at worst. When I was watching the SUV drive off, I surveyed the other apartment windows. They were all dark. I can see every unit except the two other corner apartments below me from that vantage point. I think because my apartment sticks out from the building and has many windows, I was targeted because my lights were visible, noticeable from the street. However, I don't know how this individual got into the building in the first place, as he'd need a key to do so. I've never been so legitimately afraid as a single person living alone. I'm grateful I installed a security chain on my door when I moved in. I'm also so glad that even in my disoriented state, I had the presence of mind not to move from the couch or make any noise. As I recount the event, I can't stop my eyes from leaking tears, though I wouldn't call it crying. My nerves are definitely shot. I don't think I'll be going back to dreamland anytime soon. I've turned off all of the lights save the lamp by my bed. I usually can't sleep with it on. Tonight, I don't think I could sleep with it off. I'm a dog walker for a small but busy company. I have one client in a somewhat nicer neighborhood that I go to twice a week in the mornings. Like most people who use dog walkers, they use a lockbox. They decided to keep theirs behind a vase next to their apartment door. It was already a busy Monday for me, and I was in a bit of a rush. I was hoping to get Mia, their Bernedoodle puppy, by 9:45 so that I could stay on track for the day. After finding parking, which is usually hell, I made my way up to the apartment, to their door. I wrapped my hand around the vase, intending to grab the lockbox. Nothing. Wasn't alarmed at first. Sometimes owners forgot to put out lockboxes. Not super common, but it happens. I look around a bit more, but have no luck. So I text the owner. I'll call her Kay. Usually when I text her, I get no response, since she's so busy. But I text her anyway, asking her where the lockbox could possibly be, since it's not in the usual spot. After about 5 minutes passes without a response, and I'm honestly getting a bit irritated. I already have a busy day driving all around the city, and now I'm going to be running behind. So, I start knocking. There's a chance her husband was home. Sometimes he is. I knock about 3 separate times until I hear some shuffling upstairs. So someone is home. It takes a bit of time, but I hear someone making their way down the stairs. It's taking a bit of time, but someone is coming down. The door opens. It's not Kay, nor is it her husband. A man stands in front of me. He's only wearing a white towel that's barely hanging off of his hips. He's holding Mia in his arms, and he looks extremely caught off guard. I'm confused and also caught off guard, but I'm not quite horrified. Maybe they were having a visitor stay with them, or maybe someone was having an affair. Maybe that's why the lockbox was absent. "Hey, I'm here to take Mia for her walk." He lets her run out into the hallway and hands the leash and collar over, which are always on the staircase railing. I ask him to please give me the lockbox to keep outside, since I need to get back inside. He gives it to me. We head out for our walk. I'm a bit flabbergasted. Did I just walk in on an affair? Was he a visitor? It wasn't too out of the ordinary. Sometimes clients forgot to mention they have guests. Then, during our walk, I get a message from my manager. "Do you have Mia?" Then she calls. I pick up. I let her know I have Mia and we're on our walk. She says she got a weird message from Kay, her owner. She had stated a man came by earlier saying that he was the new dog walker and needed their lockbox code. I guess her husband gave him the code. We never set up a new walker, ever. I then let her know about the man and the towel when I got to the apartment and how the lockbox was gone. Told her I wasn't sure if I'd walked in on something or if he was a guest. Well, he wasn't a secret lover or a guest. He was not supposed to be there. Police were called immediately. I was told to absolutely not go back into the home. I called Kay's husband as he was on his way back over. Kay was en route from work. Kay's husband tells me he feels so stupid for telling the man the code and believing him, but he was in such a rush out the door, he didn't assume anything bad. I continue walking down the street, quite a busy major street, and then I spot a familiar man across the street. He runs across the street towards me. He's holding a beer in his hand. Hi, doggy, he goes. It was the same man from inside the apartment. He ran back across the street. I immediately turned the other direction into one of the side streets and called Kay's husband. He was nearing the neighborhood and tells me he just saw the man matching the description. Once Kay and her husband arrived, we went upstairs to scope out the apartment, expecting some items to be missing. Nothing. Everything perfectly in place, untouched. The only thing different was some dirty water in the shower that had been used. I was happy no one was hurt, nor was Mia. I was happy I wasn't hurt, but how did he know they had a dog walker? So when I was 12, my mom and I decided at the last minute to go do something fun for New Year's Eve. I was just starting to get into a kind of emo phase, so I wore a long black dress, small pearl necklace with a skull, black tights and shoes and a cardigan. And to be honest, I looked like a small child playing dress-up, not an adult by any stretch. So we go to a small pub that her friends own in town. I waited outside near the guard while she checked if it was all right for a kid to come in. In this short time that I stood looking through my phone, I noticed a man, dark brown toupee-like hair, quite short, at least 50, stood next to me and was sidestepping closer. I kept shuffling away and he keeps pursuing. Eventually, he awkwardly steps in front and waves and says, Hi. Obviously, I'm creeped out, but as an anxiously polite kid, I greet him back. And he doesn't even seem drunk. It goes like this.
So, where have you been tonight?
Nowhere.
Ah, okay. Going anywhere?
No, my mother's inside.
Ah, I see. Have you done any dancing tonight?
No.
Would you like to?
No, not really. Thank Thankfully, my mother comes outside at this point, and I retreat without another word. We stand at the back of the long bar for an hour or so, and I keep noticing him creeping up to the bar over this hour. I told my mom, who found it odd but laughable. Eventually, he's right by us, and we're leaving. He barges towards me and says,
I didn't catch your name.
I tell him I did not say my name, and I don't want to. And he says something about keeping him guessing. My mother and the owner are saying, she's 12, mate. She's 12. And he's just laughing it away and says, well, when you'd like to be honest about your age, there's a glass of wine for you at the bar. Extremely creepy encounter for me. Kept me awake at night for a long time. I was worried that he'd followed me somehow and was just waiting, watching. I hope this wasn't phrased so it seems like my mother was being inattentive. She left me by the guard, who could have easily made this guy shove off. I was just very shy and chose not to bother him. This happened in South Carolina. I saw the last post about this happening to another woman, so it seemed like a good time to tell someone. This was one of the worst experiences of my life, and I hadn't thought about it for a long time. Someone said I should write a book of all the horrible things that have happened in my life, because it should have been more than a person can handle. I was dating a guy for a couple of weeks, and we went to one of his friends' houses in the middle of nowhere. It was a rundown, older mobile home, but who am I to judge? We went in and there were 4 other guys. I thought it was odd I was the only girl, but I shrugged it off. They wanted to play a drinking game. And back then, I was a little wild, so I was game. After about an hour, things got a little weird. I could see them looking at each other like there was an inside joke. I decided to get up and go to the bathroom. And when I came out, someone pushed me into the bedroom and locked the door. It was completely dark. I banged on the door telling them that this was not funny. The door opened, and they all came in and shut the door behind them. I could feel them grabbing at me and laughing. I was fighting and hitting, but they were too strong. The door opened and they all left. I could hear them outside, in the hall. It didn't sound good. They were discussing the order in which they would take turns. The door opens and my mind is going a mile a minute on how I'm going to survive this. The guy came in and sat on the bed and said that he was going to get me out of there. He said that they went too far, and he didn't know that they were going to hurt me. He said he thought that it was just a joke. There was a back door across the bedroom, and he said for me to run through the woods as fast as I could to the road, and he would come and find me. I ran as fast as I could, and I heard them yelling for me to come back. I could hear them coming. I got to the road, and I hid behind a tree. It seemed like an hour, and I see a car pull up with him in it, and he's all bloody. They'd beaten the crap out of him for letting me go. He had my purse and ended up taking me home. I didn't know if I should trust him, but I had no other choice. I was in the middle of the woods. I heard a couple of months later that he was arrested for killing his girlfriend, and the guy who took me there was arrested for assault of another woman. Maybe if I had gone to the police, this might not have happened. You had a story on here, one of your older episodes, but I only just heard it recently. The way the person described feeling I felt that. What they heard. I mean, I wouldn't have believed it 2 years ago, or I'll say I would have been skeptical. But when I heard their story, it instantly sparked something for me. Legit, I've decided to put it out of my mind, at least a majority of the days. In the beginning, it was so I could simply manage existing. I mean, this was just after the peak of quarantine in 2020. Now it's easier to talk about because I've had a lot of talk therapy. And well, let me just go on with the story. So like I said, my city was under a rather intense quarantine period at this time. Ours started closer to April 2020. It was June, and I was forced to live alone for a while. My roommate at the time had been visiting her parents. Once she got there, her father was sick and she opted to stay away for a couple of weeks to be with him. Where we lived, some could consider it the rougher part of town. It was the part that didn't have many churches, but plenty of motels and lots of dilapidated buildings. It was relatively close to where my roommate and I worked via public transportation, a bus stop a few yards from the apartment building's front entrance. We rarely had to walk the area alone or at night. Also, when we were signing the lease, I decided that being on the second floor made me feel better, until of course it didn't. So it's a Monday. I'm one of 2 store managers at a local large grocery chain. My store will be shutting down in 6 weeks, but I don't know that at this point in the story. Either way, I have to go to work, so I mask up, grab everything I need, and as I'm about to head out the door, I feel something lightly blow on my neck and ear. I say lightly, but it actually kind of startled me. There was no real reason to feel a cool breeze this time of year. I shiver, and I glance down at the table by the front door. My pepper spray. I'd been looking for that. Had I found it and forgotten? I grab it, and I head for the bus stop. Get to work, no problem. Start my day. Bing, bang, boom. Day's over before 7 p.m. I make my way to the bus stop to head home. Beautiful. I had plans to watch The Bachelor that night, a show I normally don't get to enjoy the night of when my roommate's home. Bus ride is the same as usual. Lots of people, too close for comfort, practically empty by the time we get to my stop. My stop is coming up. I go to pull the wire, but as I do, somebody else pulls it, and I hear the familiar ding that the stop has registered. I'm sort of nosy, so I'm casually peeping around the bus like, who's this person getting off at my stop? Hope he's cute. Kid you not, those were my thoughts. No one cute on the bus, so that's a shame. I get bored with trying to figure it out, and I just wait for the bus to stop so I can get home. I make a dash for the middle exit of the bus, and I see one other person, a guy, getting off. He's making an even quicker dash towards the bus's rear exit. I figure he's also trying to get home to The Bachelor. Not really, but the thought made me smile. That was the last time I'd smile for a while. Once off the bus, I note that the streets were relatively empty. Only a couple walking in the opposite direction on the other side of the street. There's no sign of the man I just saw get off the bus. I thought that was sort of strange. My apartment building is the first real building you can walk into on this street. The stop is practically for our apartment block. He didn't have enough time to get in, did he? I was battling with myself in that moment, saying that any other day would I even notice this? Why do I care? So, I'm now looking down at my phone, scrolling through Instagram, when I get that feeling that someone's close to me. I look up and then around, behind. No one. I remember the pepper spray, which I reach for slowly. I'm holding it in my hand inside my purse. I also leave Instagram and move towards punching 911 into my phone. I'm not even sure why. I walk with this defense until I get to my apartment building. Once inside, I relax a bit and I make my way up the stairs.
Someone is following you.
I hear these words, but I have no idea where they're coming from. They almost sound like my subconscious, but it's not my voice I'm hearing. I pause and I listen. I hear footsteps in the distance, so I sort of hurry mine.
Faster.
That same voice. So I ran. I think I hear the footsteps in the distance growing closer, but I'm running so fast that I'm not sure how close or how loud they really are. I don't stop. Once I get to my door, I frantically search for my house key, so I'm no longer holding my pepper spray or my phone. I've allowed them to slip into the abyss of my purse. I see someone round the corner. I don't see their face, only that they have on black joggers, a black hoodie, a face mask covering most of their face, except the eyes. Is it the guy from the bus? I don't know. He makes eye contact with me, but doesn't start to charge me. Just looks and then looks away, walking calmly. I've got my keys. I unlock the door quickly and I just rush in, immediately closing and locking the door behind me. I take a stance, peering out the people to see if the man stops. I then press my ear against the door. I can hear the slow creak of the hallway. So someone is still in it. I look back through the peephole, anxiously waiting for him to pass by my door. But he never does. All I can think at that moment is, wow, what a lunatic I am. Poor guy probably just lives in my building and I just look like a crazy lady now. But that voice, what was that voice? Why did I have some weird telepathic warning if it was just nothing? Oh my God, he's probably waiting for me to leave the apartment. So now I'm paranoid, but I don't still hear the voice. So no more warnings. Perhaps I escaped the danger. I decide to try to move on, to watch my show. For context, at night, when I'm ready to settle down and watch stuff, I usually do this with all the lights off because I like to keep the window open without worrying about others outside being able to see in somehow. We don't have AC in the apartment, so it's pretty common that people keep their windows open or their back door slightly ajar. We didn't have one of those do-it-yourself AC units, so we just kept a fan running near the balcony, which I would usually crack about halfway. We had these small balconies that were more for show than anything else. You couldn't really put any sort of furniture on there, or have more than one person out there at a time. From the outside, they looked like little fancy balconies. Look. What is this voice? And what am I supposed to be looking at? I freeze. Not that I was moving much anyways, but I mute the TV and I sat in stillness, slowly looking around the apartment, not sure what I'm expecting to find, if anything. Then I see him. A man wearing black joggers, a black hoodie, and a face mask covering most of his face. But I can see his eyes, and this time, they keep looking at me, even as he braces himself over the railing of the small for-show balcony. He's staring right at me.
Your purse.
I grab my purse immediately. I'm just doing what the voice tells me to do at this point. I dump the contents out of the bag. I can see that the man has a backpack with him, and horrible thoughts race through my mind, and I make a run for it, for the balcony door. Phone in one hand, pepper spray in the other. Should I have run out the front door instead? Probably. But here I was, charging this man. I can see as I'm approaching that he's already got one foot inside the door, so I lunge forward, throwing my entire body weight into the door. It slams his foot. He screams but doesn't move. Instead, he slides his arm in, trying to whack me upside the head or something. So in this completely jangled position on the floor, I just reach up with my left hand and I start spraying, just pressing down on this button, one I've never actually had to press, with all of the force in the world. Just when I think I'm going to empty this entire canister on this man, his foot gives and the door slams. In a flash, and without moving my body weight, I reach up and lock the door. Now, I dial 911, stand up and face the guy. He's in wild pain, grabbing his face and frantically trying to reach around for anything that will provide relief. I tell the 911 dispatcher my address first. Then I go into detail about how there's a man frantically trying to break into my apartment. I told her I'm pretty sure he followed me home. She asks if there's a neighbor I can stay with until the police get there. I tell her no, that this could very well be a neighbor. A horrible sound ricochets through my apartment. He's throwing himself into my back door, I explain to the woman. Officers are just a few minutes away. Can you lock yourself in any other room in the apartment? She tells me I should try to put distance between myself and this man. She's right, but my only other option is the bathroom. Do I lock myself in there? Huge crashing sound. I yell into the phone that he's inside, and I run, but not for the bathroom, for the front door. I get the door open and I run into the hall. I still hear the sounds of things crashing in my apartment, and I realize the guy probably still can't see what he's doing. I close my apartment door, and I run up the stairs to the 3rd floor, frantically knocking on every door, waiting for someone to answer. I don't stay in front of any door long enough for them to likely see who's knocking, but I keep going up and down the hallway, knocking, pounding. Okay, officers should be on scene now. You can meet them outside. I hear this coming from my phone. I thank the woman and ask if she can stay on the line until I see the officers. She agrees. A door opens. An elderly man pops his head out into the hallway, asking if I'm all right. I tell him yes, thank you, the police are here now. Someone tried to break into my apartment. Sorry for banging on the door, blah, blah, blah. Then, a scream of horror. It's a man's scream. The elderly man looks surprised. The sound is coming from outside, it seems. Ma'am, are you still on the line? I tell the woman yes, and that someone is screaming. She tells me to go ahead and meet the police outside. I thank her, and I disconnect the call. The elderly man leaves his doorway, and out of curiosity, I move towards his apartment. I think they got your burglar, he hollers from inside. I think he jumped. I immediately leave the doorway, run down the stairs, and I see police outside my door, inside my apartment, and near my balcony. They immediately start asking me questions. What's your name? Are you hurt? Do you know this man? But I'm asking them questions too. Where is the man? Did he jump? Did you catch him? What was in his backpack? I had this fantasy, I guess, that they would answer all of my questions right away. But no, they didn't give me his name. They didn't even tell me if he'd jumped. I figured that out 3 days later when a neighbor confirmed they'd seen the man make the jump, practically into police arms, but he landed bad. Looked like he got hurt, they said. Good. I'm sorry, but yeah, bad things happen to good people all the time. It's about time that something bad happens to someone bad. So back to my fantasy. The police will follow up with me every day, check on me. At the very least, they'll want me to go over my statement again. Crickets. Almost 10 days goes by without a single word from the police. I called them at least 10 times. once a day at that point. I'd managed to get the back door replaced, new locks, the works. I was quite literally only waiting to hear if this maniac was still on the street. Finally, day 14, the day my roommate was scheduled to come back to the apartment, 2 officers knock on my door. They remind me why they're there, as if I need the reminder. I let them in and they ask if I've had any other issues. You did catch the guy, right? They tell me they caught the guy jumping from my balcony and that guy was in the hospital. Again, good. The next 6 to 8 months were very rough. The landlord of our building decided to press charges in addition to my charges, so the case became a whole thing. That part is relatively boring and unjust. He was eventually charged with burglary in the 1st degree, which I was told was a good thing, that he would get a lot more time for that because it was a felony. Except he didn't. He was given the literal minimum sentence of 6 years. And I know for a fact he was released after serving just a fraction of that. Also, anyone who thinks that you can just get a payday when someone is ordered to pay restitution, no, it's far more complicated than that. And other than me not having to pay for my lawyer, I've seen $0 and likely never will. Meanwhile, I've put out plenty of money. Someone once said to me that I should just be happy that he didn't touch me. And to that I say, I am happy about that. Of course, but I'm still fucking pissed too. 3 years, burglary. The guy was absolutely not looking to steal anything. Not to mention, he didn't take anything. Such a fucked situation. Now, this guy is likely out there, playing predator to another woman. Makes me sick. And though I seem lucky in this situation, it's amazing how even after being victimized, minding your own business, you continue to be the one to pay for it all. The time and energy that this man has sucked away from me. And he's served maybe 2 years? Anyways, thanks for listening to my story. But honestly, I'd love to know more about this voice I heard. The one that people from other stories have referred to. What was that? Because that shit was 100% real and likely saved me entirely, if not a little bit. Even my therapist can't answer that one. This happened to me when I was about 10 years old. But even now, as an adult in my 30s, I remember it like it was yesterday. My parents had taken my sister and I out to a movie, and then to get ice cream in celebration of my older sister getting straight A's on her report card. I remember my dad had gotten off of work later than usual, so by the time the movie was over and we had our ice cream, it was well past our bedtime. It didn't matter, though. My parents were happy and proud of my sister. We had a great time, and we took our time getting home. If it wasn't for what happened when we got there, I would have always looked back fondly on this night. We got home around 10:30. Bedtime was usually 10, so I went straight to my room to put my pajamas on while my sister went to brush her teeth. I remember thinking that it seemed a little more chilly in the house that night. But that's the only thing out of the ordinary I can recall from when we first walked in. I barely had a chance to change when I heard my dad yell our names from what I thought was the kitchen. I didn't know what was wrong, but I knew it was bad because I heard fear in his voice for the first time ever. It scared me really bad. I bolted out the door and into the kitchen as fast as I could. My sister was already there, and her and my parents were standing very close. My mom looked like she was on the verge of panic, and she motioned for me to come close. She wrapped her arms around my sister and me, and my dad was already dialing on the house phone. Then I noticed some glass on the floor. I asked my mom what was wrong, but she didn't want to tell me. She said we needed to go outside right away. As we headed out the front door, I heard my dad talking to the 911 operator and telling them that when we got home, he found our back sliding door shattered and objects strewn about the kitchen. We went to the neighbor's house and waited for the police to come. After a few minutes, my dad joined us. He seemed to be well shaken up, which was a new sight for me. The police arrived and searched the house extensively. It was a big scene with all of our neighbors outside and flashing lights illuminating our entire street for hours. They never found anyone in our house. Whoever had been there had come and gone. The thing that gets to me is that nothing was stolen. Whoever it was didn't want any of our possessions. What they did was take our canned food out of the pantry and stack them into small pyramids on the kitchen counter. They also turned on the TV in the basement and moved a few random objects to different parts of the house. Very creepy. It was like an insane person had been in our home and did things for reasons that only made sense to them. As the police were finishing up and getting ready to leave, I heard one of them ask my mom a question. They talked quietly, and I'm sure they thought I didn't hear. I pretended not to be listening, but I heard everything. You see, we kept magnetized letters on our fridge. I think I'd gotten them for a birthday present a few years before, and we used them to leave each other messages for fun sometimes. The cop was asking my mom if the message there, that night, was done by any of us. It wasn't. I watched my mom turn pale when he told her what it said. It still makes my skin crawl to this very day. It said,
Always watching.
The police didn't find any fingerprints. They said the intruder had to have been wearing gloves. For the next few days, the entire family was extremely uneasy. I was absolutely positive that the intruder was still in the house somehow, that there was a hidden place that nobody knew about where he could hide and listen to us. I never shook that feeling that somebody was there. Within a few months, we decided to move. It was all just too scary for us to stay in that area. We moved to a house several miles away. We were never bothered again, but I do still think about it. Was it kids playing a prank? Was it some insane person that wanted to torment a random family? Or was it someone that truly had it out for us and who really was always watching? Could it have been a neighbor, someone we knew? These questions still keep me up at night sometimes. This happened many years ago, but the hairs on my neck stand up sometimes when I'm alone at home, and I have to check the house to make sure no one is hiding. I'm a 31-year-old female who's states away from home on a business trip. About an hour ago, around 8:30 p.m. here, I'd just gotten back to my room from a work dinner. I heard shuffling in the hallway and peeked out the peephole. I saw a figure seemingly outside the room to the left of mine, looking outward. They were knocking lightly and said twice quickly, "Hello? Hello?" Then it sounded like the door opened and closed. I was like, okay, they must have forgotten what room they were in or something, and someone let them in. I walk back to the main part of my room, and I hear shuffling again. I look out again, and I see a figure. I can't really make out what the person looks like, but I see them on the other side of my room this time. And again, hear light knocking and hello, hello. Now, I'm starting to get a weird spidery sense of like, what the hell is going on? I see the figure leave and think, okay, that was weird. Then, I again start hearing shuffling. I start walking toward the hotel room door, and I hear a light knock on what sounds like my door. Again, I hear, hello, hello? And immediately after, someone attempts to open my door. Thank God I had the cross latch pulled over, not the deadbolt though. My heart stopped as I stood there and watched the door hit the latch and fall back shut. I called the front desk and informed them that someone had just tried entering my room and I'm not staying with anyone. The front desk attendant just replied, "I don't have any housekeeping up there." To which I replied, "Okay, well, that's concerning. Could you please send someone up to check around?" The attendant replied, "Well, there's no manager on duty." To which I asked if I could call the police instead because I was very worried and I started to cry a bit. She replied that I should do what I thought I needed to do. I hung up and cried for a bit, not sure what to do. I didn't want to ask for another room because I'm too scared to leave now. 10 minutes later, the hotel phone starts ringing. I was honestly feeling really scared to answer, but I did. It was the front desk attendant. She said the police were going to be coming to my room, and she didn't want me to panic when I heard them knocking on the door. I said okay and hung up. I sat there and thought, how do I know this is legit? Whoever tried to access my room had a key. Otherwise, how would the door have actually opened? A few minutes later, as expected, I hear a knock. I looked out the peephole and I saw 2 male officers. I didn't ask to see ID, which in hindsight probably would have been the smart thing to do, but I was so shaken up and not really thinking. I opened the door and they asked what was going on. I told them all that I explained above, and they said it was good that I had the cross latch pulled over, because the door would have opened if not. I responded, "It's a hotel. What do you mean? What's the point of the access card then?" I wiggled the handle. We were in the hallway, talking with the door open. Then they took a pause and they were like, "Oh, it automatically locks?" Again, I was like, yeah, it's a hotel. So then they had me shut the door and open it with the key to test it. Sure enough, didn't open without the access card. Then they said it was probably housekeeping. I responded that the front desk attendant told me there was no housekeeping up here when I called. Plus, it was 8:30 p.m. Why would housekeeping be coming by at that time unless I'd requested that somebody come by? Plus, I noticed housekeeping had already been by during the day because my trash was emptied and dirty towel was gone. They ultimately told me they thought it was housekeeping and not to worry, but if anything else happened or if I felt unsafe, to call them. They also said if I wanted to change rooms, they were sure the hotel would accommodate this. I said okay while crying, and they left. Now I'm sitting in my room crying, laying under the covers in my clothes. I'm sure I won't sleep tonight. I'm also too afraid to change rooms because I don't want to leave this room. I have the cross latch pulled over and the deadbolt locked. I think I'm safe. Am I being paranoid? Was it probably housekeeping? Should I be doing something different? I'm posting an update on this one for everyone. I'm home safe and promptly came down with a nasty bug, slowly crawling out of it. I'm glad I followed my gut and reacted the way that I did to do what I could to stay safe. I was able to speak with the manager the next day when she came in at 11 a.m. Unfortunately, the response from her was disappointing, just like the night shift front desk clerk and the morning shift front desk clerk when I checked out. Needless to say, I will never stay in this hotel again and will be avoiding this large chain as a whole. My wife and I just recently moved to a new city with my boss so I could work for them. They found a nice building to buy. There's a storefront on the main floor, an apartment in the basement, and an apartment on the top floor, so we could all live and work in the same building. My boss took the basement apartment and arranged for my wife and I to move into the upper apartment, saying it needs some work, which was the understatement of the year. The old tenant had been evicted from the property. He had destroyed literally everything in the property, including every floor, appliance, wall, door, and window. Anyway, we're told that the old tenant didn't take the eviction well, and he still thinks that he lives here. On top of that, he spent most of the last 12 years in and out of jail and prison. My wife insisted on buying a camera for the doorbell. The third day of us renovating the apartment, we hear the doorbell ring, and I got up to answer it. I just unlocked the door assuming it was my boss when my wife starts shouting for me to shut it. I shut the door and I lock it, and I hear. So I responded, "Hello?" and was met with, I'll spare you the details and just say that it was the old tenant who was very disgruntled but finally left when I told him he'd have to talk to somebody else in my best tough guy voice. My wife had checked the doorbell notification just as I was opening the door. I'm glad she did because he seemed belligerent and he could be seen on the camera drinking a bottle of Jim Beam. Later that night, we were in bed watching TV after midnight when I heard a thumping coming from the living room. I got up and I told my wife to pause the show. I grabbed a hammer that we were using and I ran into the living room in my underwear, just in time to hear footsteps running down the stairs. I kept checking the windows and I saw someone walking away through the park in the same clothes the tenant was wearing earlier. The part that creeps me out is that the walls are so thin, you can hear everything. I can hear my boss talking on the phone 2 floors below me. The ex-tenant knew we were home because he would have easily heard the television. If he knew we were home, then I have no idea why he was trying to open the front door in the middle of the night, or why he ran away when we paused our show. Sorry if the story isn't as creepy as others on here, but this incident was a few days ago, and I haven't been able to sleep well ever since. My elementary school was about 25 steps away from my front door, so I was a latchkey kid. It felt safe enough for long enough. My mom, a single mother, worked less than a couple of miles away at the post office. She worked in the actual office and held a position of somewhat power, I guess, because she was always busy and people always depended on her for something. Mom wouldn't get off for another 2 hours from when I got out of school. Her only conditions were that I call her as soon as I got home, locked all of the doors, and only in case of emergencies did I call her again. She was always home promptly at 5:35. This was 5th grade, so I was about 10 years old. I get inside my house after school, and I call my mom. We do the usual back and forth you do with your mom as a kid, and then she reminds me not to call again unless it's an emergency. This may seem weird, so I'll explain. It's important to understand that I called my mom for just about everything, which I think affected her job a little bit. I'm talking things like, where are my slippers? Where's the remote? Where is insert anything here? I mean, I was 10, but surely I needed to learn a bit of independence too. So anyways, I agree, only for emergencies. As I'm finishing up some tsunami, I notice that someone is walking in front of my house, pacing almost. Under any circumstance, I'm already nervous because that's how I am as a kid, and a little bit now too. So I don't move. I just watch the man as he starts to walk up my walkway, looking from left to right as he does. He's middle-aged, probably not quite 6 feet tall. He's got a belly like my granddad did at the time, no facial hair, and he wore a jean jacket of sorts with some sort of athletic pants, and he wore thick glasses. The way our curtains are in the front room, I can see out, but you can't really see inside unless you press up against them, I suppose. And that's exactly what I see the man start to do. The moment he steps off the sidewalk walkway to his left, toward the window, I jump up and walk out of view, quickly, into the hallway. From here, I can see both the front door, the back door, and most importantly, I can see enough of the window to see that he's pressed against it, looking inside. My 10-year-old brain is going absolutely nuts in that moment. I realize I'm essentially trapped in this hallway, whereas the cordless phone is sitting in front of the TV. The TV is on. Is that good or bad? I have no idea. The man's shadow leaves the window frame, and I start plotting to grab the phone. Maybe he left. Boom, boom, boom. 3 heavy-handed knocks echo through the house. Oh, another rule my mom had. Never open the door for anyone. Ever. Initially, I froze, but quickly after, I ran to grab the phone. I grab the phone and I hear 3 more heavy-handed knocks. Boom, boom, boom. I slowed my running to about a slow step, and I turned myself around, making my way back to the hallway, backwards. But I hear a man's voice talking, loudly, through the door.
Hey, I can see you're in there.
I now start to dial my mom, but I quickly hang up, worried this may not be an emergency. I decided to sit down in the hallway with my vantage point. As the man continues to deliver knocks, they seem to be getting faster. Boom, boom, boom. My brain almost explodes when I see a shadow through the back door blinds. I hear what sounds like someone trying to open the sliding glass door. Surely, this is now an emergency. I start to dial again, and I hear the man at the front door say loudly,
Hey, I said I can see you. Open the door.
Followed by a jiggle of the handle. Mom, someone's trying to get inside the house. The moment these words left my mouth, I feel a rush of tears cover my face, but I'm trying to stay quiet. I'm on my way. Don't open the door. You're safe inside, okay? I beg her not to hang up, but she promises she'll see me in less than 5 minutes. Longest 5 minutes of my life. The man, the knocking one, is still knocking. Still trying the door. The man who is at the back door, he's not there anymore, but I have no idea where he's gone. I sit in the hallway, terrified. Behind me, down the hallway, is the bathroom. It's the only room in the house with a lock on the door. I decide to barricade myself in there. The moment I relax and sit in the tub, I tense up again. Through the fog-style glass window, I see the outline, 2 hands and a face, pressing against the glass in an attempt to see inside. They try the window as they tried the door. I can hear knocking in the distance, so I conclude this is the sliding glass door guy. I'm in a full fetal position, trying to block all of this out. Surely it's been 5 minutes. I hear the most relieving yet terrifying sound ever, the sound of my mother screaming out to these men, telling them to get the fuck away from her house, and what the hell do they think they're doing? I hear another voice too, familiar. It's deeper and more assertive. It sounds like my mom's friend Ray. He works at the post office too. And Ray, he's not a small guy. He is, at that point in my life, one of the biggest guys I'd seen. Ray is yelling that he's going to kick their ass and that they're so done. I can't see anything and I can hardly hear anything besides yelling. So I just fetal up in the tub, plug my ears, close my eyes, and wait. I wasn't waiting long. Suddenly, I hear pounding on the bathroom door, and without context of who's on the other side, I panic. But my mom says in a quick pace, Amber, it's Mommy. Open up, honey, it's Mommy. I run to the door, unlock it, open it. My mom picks me up, hugging me furiously. Asking if I'm okay, she grabs the cordless phone and dials 911. She takes us both into her room, and I look out her window, which faces the front. I see Ray. He has one knee on each of the men's backs. Both men are face down on our front lawn. He's also managed to secure their arms. This man was my hero. Being 10, knowing I wasn't supposed to be home alone, I was equally as terrified to talk to the police as I was waiting in that house for my mom. But my mom reassured me that I wouldn't be taken away from her if I told the cops what happened. So I did. When they eventually showed up, they took my statement, investigated the outside a bit, and arrested the guys for attempted burglary. As a kid, I now felt safe. But my mom, she didn't. She ended up changing jobs, working a shift that would allow her to come home when I was out of school. I know the job wasn't as good because we did the whole downsizing thing, but my mom did seem happier. And naturally, so was I. Pretty sure I didn't stay home alone again until I was past 18. Kinda crazy, but these things leave a stain, you know? When I was older, my mom told me that the police found a bag near the bathroom window. It had a crowbar, duct tape, some sort of multi-use tool, and zip ties. This was enough to arrest the men. Otherwise, they would have just walked free due to a misunderstanding. Attempted burglary doesn't come with a life sentence, though, so I understood even more why my mom felt she needed to move us fast.
I'm a student filmmaker, and I have been for about 7 years. About 2 years ago, we were scouting locations for a The Road-inspired short film. One of these locations was an abandoned motel. It used to be next to the main highway, but business dried up in the 80s when the new interstate was built 40 miles away. The place had a real fall from grandeur feel to it. The owners left it behind in the late 80s, and it's been untouched apart from one of the buildings being used to store some mechanical stuff in the 90s. The building that didn't get used in the 90s was completely falling apart. Practically no walls were completely intact, and the roof was falling in most places. The other building was in relatively good shape. No holes in the ceiling, only one entrance that was difficult to get through. It had all the internal walls removed and only a few small individual rooms within the building. Completely dark and lots of places to hide. Once we squeezed through the entrance, we yelled out but didn't hear any response. We went about taking footage inside to refer to later, just wandering around the place. Tucked into a corner was a filthy mattress with some blankets thrown over it. I saw this and assumed some drifter had been through a while ago. That was, until I looked into a trash can near the mattress. Inside the trash can was some food waste, including an apple core. That didn't seem too weird to me, until I realized the apple core hadn't even turned brown yet. I felt my heart drop and I froze for a second. I yelled out to my friends, "Guys, I don't think we're alone in here." As soon as I finished speaking, we heard a large metal crash from one of the more hidden areas and heard footsteps running towards us. I shined my flashlight in their general direction on my way out, but the sunlight was really bright and blinded me for a second, so I couldn't see anything. All I know is whoever was in there didn't follow us out. We didn't stick around long enough to give them a chance to change their mind. I swear to you, I've never felt such dread as when I saw that apple core. Footage of this still might exist. If we find it, I'll post it. So I've always had an attraction to the paranormal or anything supernatural, even as a young child. My babysitters made me watch A Nightmare on Elm Street when I was 5, and it just sort of went from there. I've never been easily frightened. In fact, I'd say I've been frightened twice in my life. Once was when I thought my house was being broken into. It wasn't. And the other happened when I moved to a house in Manchester at the age of 7. The house was big and creepy to look at, I guess, but my family never really thought so. My bedroom was tiny, and it was all the way at the back of the house. My parents put me there because I was a sleepwalker. Being at the back of the house, they'd hear me walking around before I got too far. The other thing about being there was it was dead silent at night, because it was so far away from everyone else's room. My room had this big, thick-framed window. They were old but very well made, and they also completely nullified outside noise. It was like being in a vacuum once my door closed. My first night in that room left me feeling uncomfortable. I always felt like I wasn't alone in the room whenever I was trying to go to sleep. It unsettled me, but I never mentioned it or complained to my family. I'd been living there for about a half a year, with the same feeling more or less every night, and then, one night I woke up, for absolutely no reason. This was unusual because I'm a deep sleeper, so it rarely happens to me, but I just felt like I shouldn't be asleep, like there was a voice telling me to wake up. Now. I sat up and my room was silent as usual and completely dark. It was always really dark on the floor space because my bunk bed and curtains completely drowned out light. When I sat up, I looked over the side of the top bunk. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel something. I lay back down and tried to clear the feeling I was being watched out of my mind. I turned my head to look out the window and drew the curtains back, and immediately I got the feeling I was being watched again, but closer, like someone had climbed half of the steps on my bed and stopped to look at me. I quickly glanced around, but again I couldn't see anything. Even with the moonlight and streetlights coming through my window, for the third time, I felt I was being watched and turned to the window again. An old man, probably in his 60s, was standing on our garage roof. I immediately shut my eyes. Our garage connected to our house through a little cooler room, and the roof of that room was below my window. I told myself I was imagining things, and I opened them again. He was still there, but closer now. I could see his face clearly. He had deep-set eyes that were brown, balding silver hair, and graying stubble. He had a hooked nose and thin lips. The most bizarre part were his teeth. They were perfect, straight and white, but the moonlight hit them, and it just made them look menacing. His attire looked old. It looked like a costume from Oliver Twist. He was dirty, covered in dry dirt or soot. I could only keep my eyes on him for a second or two before I closed them again. When I opened them, his face was pressed right up against my window. I fainted or fell back to sleep and didn't wake up again until the morning. When I woke up, I was on my bottom bunk. I never slept on the bottom bunk. I didn't even have a mattress or sheets on there. I didn't immediately remember the events of the night before and just assumed I'd been sleepwalking and stopped there. I went through my normal morning routine and got ready for school. My mom dropped me off and I went into a shop near my school to get some sweets before school. As I walked into the shop, all the events of the night before hit me. I remembered all of it, and it immediately shook me to my core. I was so frightened I told my teacher, who called my mom and picked me up and brought me home. My mom reassured me that it was just a dream. I knew it wasn't. It was weeks until I'd even step foot in my room again, even longer until I'd sleep in there. Eventually, I did start to sleep in there again. I never saw the old man. I never even dreamed about him. I did have another experience about a year later. This has turned into a longer than planned story, so I won't continue, and I'll add more about the other one later. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I woke up to a strange man standing over my bed. I remember feeling very groggy and looking at him, trying to figure out if I recognized him. As my eyes got clearer, I could see that he was holding his finger to his lips in a shh manner. So I stayed quiet. He waved at me. I waved back, and then he walked out of my room. I'm not sure why it didn't scare me, other than I wasn't a very jumpy kid. So I fell back asleep. When I woke up, it was pure chaos. Apparently, someone had broken into our house the night before. They'd stolen a bunch of our electronics, busted a couple of windows, and of course, visited my room. Naturally, my parents filed a police report. I had to give a statement about the man that I'd seen in my room. And they did eventually catch the burglars. Granted, I don't think it was due to my description. It was actually because they decided to do the same thing to our next-door neighbors less than a week later. But our neighbors had a security system,
And after all of this, my family got one too. I think back to this story now as an adult with children of my own, and it truly horrifies me. Though nothing happened to me, what if? I think it was truly just the luck of the draw. So as to take no chances, I too have a security system. And I'm grateful that, so far, no strange encounters. My grandpa was a police officer in a small town that he grew up in. It's not far from where we live today in Philadelphia. He was on the job for almost 30 years before he officially retired, and he truly has some of the most interesting stories I've ever heard. Though a lot of them are funny, in the sense that he did a lot of cat rescues and search parties for lost dogs, and of course, busting up groups of pesky teens who were trying to party at the school or the park. But the best stories are the ones that actually end in a mystery. This story specifically is one that I've made my grandpa tell me time and time again. Each time, I'd come up with new questions, and over the years, I've managed to get a decent amount of information from him. I wouldn't say that my grandpa is a believer in ghosts, but he does believe in God. So in his eyes, he sees these experiences as connections to the other side. I don't know what I believe in. I just know that I believe his story, and it keeps my mind forever open to the possibility that there's something else here with us. This story takes place when he was in his 30s. According to him, he'd lived a relatively quiet life in the small town. Never even considered the idea of ghosts because you might assume it's not a popular topic amongst police officers. It's their job to solve mysteries, and it's rare that one remain a true mystery, especially in a town like theirs. The type of town where you know your police officers and they know you, not because you're always in trouble, but because everyone was a part of the community. The police patrolled the streets that they called home, and that built trust within their community. One night, my grandpa gets a call to a house for a 1062, which is a B&E in progress, or breaking and entering. My grandpa was a little nervous, he admitted. These weren't common calls, and he recognized the address as a home where his wife's friend and her 2 daughters lived. He and his partner headed to the address immediately, and they arrive in less than 2 minutes. The mother and her 2 children are standing outside on their front porch. My grandpa asks the mother what's going on and where the intruder is. The woman explains that they, all 3 of them, could hear heavy footsteps coming from above their rooms. They then heard a strong male voice yell out, saying either, "You didn't say hello," or "You have to go." My grandpa takes inventory of each of their faces, and they do all seem genuinely terrified. He asks the family to please wait outside or if they'd be more comfortable in the car. So after he puts the family in the car, he turns around and sees that the attic light is now on. So he and his partner rush inside, weapons drawn, and they begin to call for the intruder to step out, advising that they are armed and they need him to leave calmly. But the 2 only hear silence. My grandpa makes his way upstairs towards what he thinks is the attic entrance. As he does, he hears the heavy footsteps mentioned by the family. He signals to his partner to watch the attic window from outside to ensure that he doesn't slip out before my grandpa has a chance to get up there. He keeps talking, telling the man that he needs to come out, repeating, "Hello, hello," and he finally hears a response.
"I said hello."
It was more like a question, but it seemed to be in response to my grandpa's hellos. He responded asking if the man heard everything that he said, and if he could just come out of the attic without any further issues. He started to ask the man his name, but he wasn't getting any responses. My grandpa opens the attic entrance and makes his way up the stairs. As he does, the light goes out. He hears footsteps and looks in the direction that they're coming from. It's very dimly lit, but he sees no one. He feels someone, though, so he continues to pursue, asking questions, telling the man his name, and asking him to leave quietly, telling him the family is scared. The footsteps stop, and my grandpa hears a voice coming from somewhere, but it sounds as muffled as it did when he was downstairs. The voice says something indistinct, and though my grandpa doesn't like to assume, and he didn't put anything specific in the police report, I made him tell me. What do you think he said? Sorry. I'm just sorry. So my grandpa is perplexed at this time, because he can see that there wasn't really anywhere for someone to hide up there. It was an attic, but it wasn't a storage space like some people might use it for. It had one small vanity, and literally 2 boxes. The vanity was more like a child size, so it didn't offer any space for someone to conceal themselves. Finally, my grandpa heard the footsteps directly behind him. He turned around and aimed his gun, but he was aiming at nothing. But he thinks that he hears footsteps at the attic stairs. He rushes for the exit, and he makes his way down the stairs. But he hears what sounds like someone running just behind him. But he keeps running. Something told him that there wasn't anyone there, regardless of what he was hearing. As he makes his way outside of the home, more officers have arrived, and my grandpa tells them that they need to do a full sweep of the house and the area. His partner saw no one leave the house or the attic window, but he did see the light turn off. And he tried to radio my grandpa, which never went through. He called for backup because he couldn't get a response, and he also thought he heard someone running through the house. 2 hours, several police officers and canine units later, the search was completed. They found no one. The family ended up calling the police out for the same reason 2 additional times that year. Each time, it was the same. Except one of those times, my grandpa's partner was in the house with him, and they both heard the footsteps, and they both heard the man's voice. Unable to distinguish what he was saying, the police report reads, deep male voice could be heard, accompanied by footsteps. But the actual conclusion of the report was suspicious circumstances, no person or persons located, no signs of forced entry, nothing further at this time. Within that same year, the family did end up moving. As I said, the woman was my grandma's friend, and they all attended the same church. She'd asked their priest if he would come do a cleanse, something to help the house. But after he visited the home, he recommended that the family move on. I asked my grandpa, how does a priest essentially turn someone away? But as he puts it, he doesn't think that that's what the priest was doing. He thinks that the priest could feel something strong within the home. He thinks that he was trying to protect the family when he saw that his protections weren't working. I asked my grandpa why he believed that, and he told me plain and simple, because I have my wits about me, and I felt something in that house, that woman, those 2 children, and even my partner. And it might be an old police saying, but there are no coincidences. Well, that applies here too. When I was in middle school, so over 18 years ago, my friend and I encountered a very scary man. We always walked the same route home from school because we lived on the same street.
We were weird in that we didn't walk the main road route. We liked to avoid having all of the kids on the bus pass us and yell embarrassing things out the windows as they did. Our preference was the side streets and the back alleyways. The alleyways connected to the backs of the homes on the main street. We weren't really supposed to take this way per our parents, but there had never been any issues with us walking there before. But on one particular day, we ran into a problem. As we passed by one of the houses, one that was especially messy and had lots of trash in the backyard, my friend had made a joke about how stinky it was. We were kids after all. Then, we heard the sound of an older man yelling out. At first, we stopped because we were startled to hear someone. But what he had called out was, "Hey, you little bitches." So we were also confused. He was a large man, and he wasn't that old either. I remember thinking that he looked like my dad's age, who was in his 40s at the time. But he looked angry. The kind of angry that I've never seen on an adult before. My friend and I looked at each other and then decided that we better start walking away. So we did. And we heard him holler after us, "Come on back, you little bitches." We started to pick up the pace a bit. We weren't that close to our houses yet, but we knew the area. As we continued walking, we no longer heard the man yelling after us. We decided that at the end of the alleyway, we would make our way back to the main road. But as we actually approached the end, our path was blocked by an old brown and tan pickup truck. And the driver was the man from the alley. He was sitting in his truck, and he stayed there for a while, staring us down with his empty eyes, revving his engine and twisting his face from anger to amusement. Then I saw the man reach over. I had no idea what he was going to do. Grab something, put the car in park, and get out. Either way, as soon as I saw his hand move, I just booked it in the opposite direction, grabbing my friend's arm. Within moments, we could hear the sound of a truck coming up behind us. I screamed to my friend to follow me, and she shook her head. The alleyway is narrow, so I knew that we couldn't just slide against the garages or walls. So I looked for the shortest fence that we could find to climb over. I saw a garbage can, and both my friend and I hopped up and over that random fence. The man didn't stop his truck, but he did yell as he passed by, "I'll kill you, you little bitches," followed by several honks from his truck horn and other incoherent yelling. My friend and I were ducked behind a small shed in someone's backyard, trying to catch our breath. We weren't sure if we should knock on this person's back door and tell them what happened, but instead, we just got out of there, the same way that we came in. But this time, we booked it to the other end of the alley, hung a right, and walked the extra long way home. This time, and every time after, on the main road. It's insane how much we can fear our parents as children. I never told my parents about what had happened because I was terrified of getting in trouble for taking that route home. And my friend didn't tell her parents either. My family moved before high school, so I don't know if she ever did end up telling her parents, but I told my mom just a few years ago. She and my dad were completely shocked that I'd never told them. But even 10 plus years later, they were pretty mad at me. Of course, they couldn't ground me now. Nowadays, I teach kids that aren't much older than I was when all of this happened. And I see how small they really are, how small I must have been, and how big that man was. Someone that goes after children like that, they have to be a form of true evil, right? What does someone like that do if they actually get their hands on a child? Moral of the story: don't talk shit about people's property, stay out of the alleys, and listen to your parents, because you never know who you're going to encounter out there or what they might do. I used to live in a bad area. It was in the west end of Newcastle. At the time, it was so bad that it was actually safer for my friends and I to walk to town rather than go up and get the bus, as gangs would hang out around that area and cause trouble. So this was early one winter day, about 7 a.m. It had been lightly snowing and it was about -8 degrees, a particularly cold spell at the end of the 1990s. On this day, we had heard that the river Tyne had frozen, and this was an unusual sight, so we decided to walk to town along the river to avoid the bus stop. There was snow falling, so we were having fun and walking down to the riverside path, enjoying our morning walk, throwing snowballs at each other, and sliding around on ice which had formed on the path. Once we reached the river, it was indeed frozen, and we walked along the side. We were the only people there, and there was not another person in sight. Now, the river had jetties, which were big wooden pier-like structures, and they went out into the river and were now mostly used by fishermen. As we approached one of these, we made a joke about trying to walk on the river ice and how we would probably end up stuck, needing help. At this point, I saw a man under one of the jetties, apparently bending over, looking for something. So I said, we'd end up stuck down there like him. Then we looked and looked closer. This man was not moving. Being young, we just assumed that it was a washed-up mannequin from some stag night which had ended up in the river. But there was something about the situation which was just strange. It was very difficult to get down to where it was, and neither of us wanted to get closer. The skin on it was pure white, and it was wearing what looked like black clothing. We could not see the face, just the body bent over a beam supporting the jetty. Being the 1990s, neither of us could afford phones, so we were just not really sure what to do. I wanted to phone my mom and get her to come down, so we remembered there was a phone box a little further back, and I volunteered to run back and make the call. On arriving at the call box and calling home, my mother instantly thought that we were trying to get a lift into town, and she refused to come. That was when I used my very serious voice, and she seemed to understand that this was real and that it wasn't just us trying to avoid the snow. I ran back to the jetty, and another man had arrived who was also concerned that it might be a dead body. None of us wanted to get very close to it. He had a phone and called the police, requesting river police, who by a handy coincidence were already in the area using their boat to break the ice on the river. They arrived at about the same time as my mother. She drove a huge old 1980s Ford Garanda and pulled up alongside us on the river path. She instantly insisted it was just a mannequin, and then said she would take us to town and that we should leave. We were then somehow convinced that she was right, and were a bit embarrassed about thinking it had been a dead body. The man who called the police also decided to leave and continued his walk. Just as we got in the car, we saw the river police boat approaching in the distance and decided we should at least explain to them our mistake, so we waited for them to arrive. They pulled up to the jetty, and one of them climbed up the ladder and came to see us. We explained. He laughed and said it was okay, and that they would remove it, and it was no problem. So we pointed to the mannequin. And as he looked over, he instantly became super serious upon seeing it, got on his radio, and summoned the local police and the fire brigade to attend. Suddenly, police appeared from everywhere, and we were taken to one side and interviewed about the situation. At this point, we knew that it must actually be a dead body. The firemen arrived and used inflatable sheets to reach the body. The policeman told us that we could stay and watch, but that it was not like you see on TV shows, and we should consider leaving. When we decided to stay, the officer stood with us and explained what was going to happen. This is where it escalated fast. The firemen approached the body, and two of them got a hold of it,
but it was frozen solid to the wooden beam. We thought that they would just gently ease it off, but that isn't what happened. 2 more firemen went down, and they all pulled at it as hard as they could. There was a huge noise, like a branch snapping, and the body broke in half. Crabs suddenly emerged from inside of it, falling into the mud below, and the policeman casually said, "That's the sound of them snapping his spine." Then, they threw the top half of the body into a body bag and started working on the lower half. Another huge snap. That was the sound of them breaking his legs. More crabs and river creatures burst out. They then dragged the 2 parts of the body up the path. They then lined up 3 rookie police recruits right in front of the bags. They made us walk quite far away, and then they opened the bags to show the new recruits what it looked like. What I saw was something from a horror movie. His face had crabs emerging from the eye sockets, and his lips had been totally eaten away. The body was totally bright white, and the hair was gone. One of the policemen threw up. The policeman took our details and asked if we were okay. We were. It all happened so fast, there was no time to process it at all. We were later contacted by a reporter who told us the man's name was Jimmy, and that he'd been due in court on some serious criminal charges, and that the police believed he had jumped into the river rather than face a long time in prison. It actually made front page of the local paper. I still walk along the same path quite often all these years later, and I always stop for a while where we found the body. I've never seen anything like that ever since, but it was certainly an event which made us no longer feel like children, but rather adults realizing what the world is really like. Several years ago, when I had just turned 16, my younger sister and I, who was 13 at the time, decided one evening that we would go get ice cream, since I could now drive us. We lived in a rural area, so in order to get to the Dairy Queen, we had to drive about 20 minutes. There were several ways to get there, but I chose the more secluded route that went through the country roads because it was quicker. I ended up regretting that because it was dark out and foggy and generally creepy. It was not well lit because of it being a rural road with hardly any streetlights. Well, I end up hitting a deer because it's very common in the area that I live in for deer to be out and about and to run right out in front of you. On top of the fog, I just didn't see it. It had also just rained a lot, so the sides of the road were very muddy. I pulled over, very shaken up, of course, and end up getting stuck in the mud on the side of the road. Now, remember, this is a secluded road with hardly any streetlights and just a few houses spread apart. I called my parents so that they could come and get us, but of course, it would be about 15 minutes or so until they would arrive. I had my flashers on, and we see a pair of headlights pull up behind us. I knew that it couldn't be our parents because it was too soon. Suddenly, on the driver's side door appears this older man smoking a cigarette and knocking on my window. I couldn't see his face entirely due to the darkness, but even so, I immediately got a creepy vibe from him. But I didn't think it was bad enough to straight up try to ignore the guy. I roll the window down just a crack, and he asks if we were okay and if we need help. At first I thought it was okay because he didn't seem too creepy. But after we said that we were waiting for our parents to come, he got more anxious. He kept trying to hurry and get us to get out of the car and to go wait in his car, and he became more demanding. Now, we were just 16 and 13 years old, and we didn't have anything to defend ourselves with.
I couldn't drive away because my car was too stuck in the mud on the side of the road. So if he tried to drag us out of the car or something, we wouldn't have any way to defend ourselves besides kicking and screaming and hoping that someone would hear it. Suddenly, a light from the porch of the house across the street flicks on, and they come out to see what's going on, since there is a random car in front of their house. This spooks the guy enough, and he takes off in his truck. Finally, our parents get there and the sheriff to make sure everything is okay. But at this point, we were both crying scared because of the accident and the creepy old dude. In hindsight, it could have been nothing, but I'm just glad that I watched enough murder shows and podcasts to know not to get out when someone demands it, and not to get into a random old fellow's truck. Not everyone has that instinct.
The time was around 1 a.m., and my cousin's brother and I were craving the late-night McDonald's run. I lived near the edge of the city where the highway begins and the strawberry fields were. It was a quiet evening, and my car was parked near the highway. There was a metal fence that separated where my car was parked and the highway. As we're heading back to my car, we see this white truck speeding down the highway, going way over 100 miles an hour. It's speeding towards us like a bat out of hell. Nothing too unusual about this, since it was late in the evening and it was a part of the road where cops were never posted at. So as they're getting closer to us, we're about to hop into my car. And right when that happens, we hear a loud sound of something slamming onto the highway, and the white truck suddenly stops. The four of us jerked our heads to see what it was, and we saw a buildup of tire smoke that surrounded the truck. That's how hard the truck had come to a halt. As the smoke clears, I see that there's a body laying face down on the road. My heart drops when I have no idea what just happened. The white truck is just idling in the middle of the highway for a few seconds before it takes off down the highway again. My worst fear is that this is a case of a hit and run, and I wasn't able to get a license plate for the truck. The four of us were not in the best state, especially with how late it was, so the best that we could do is just watch in horror as we see this seemingly lifeless body laying in the road. He isn't moving, yelling in pain, or showing any signs of life. I want to rush towards the guy, and right when I make a move, my brother stops me and tells me that the truck is coming back. I see that the truck is reversing the entire way, and none of us know what's going to happen next. The driver of the white truck rolls down its window and screams,
"Get back in the truck!"
To our relief, the person slowly gets up and makes their way back into the truck. In a few short moments, the truck was now gone, and it was as if nothing had happened. We were all hoping that this was just one of those cases where a drunken buddy accidentally opens their car door and falls out, and nothing more sinister, such as someone trying to escape a trafficker. So this happened about 4 years ago. My dad works nights, so I'm home alone until about 2:30 a.m. most days. We live in a pretty quiet area where people usually keep to themselves. One night, at about 1 a.m, there was a knock at the door, and when I checked through the peephole, there was a young woman with a car parked near the curb in front of my house. I answered, and she looked really young, maybe 15, 16, or she just looked really youthful. In short, she looked just barely old enough to be driving. She told me that she was having car trouble and asked if I could come and check it out, possibly give her car a jump. At this time, I didn't drive. I didn't have a car of my own, and I didn't know very much about cars. So I was of little help, but offered to call someone if she needed AAA or a tow service. She declined, but kept insisting that I check out the lights on her dashboard to see if it was normal. At this point, I just didn't want to be outside with a stranger, so I politely informed her I'd be of little help because I had zero knowledge of cars. I went back inside, but I kept looking through the peephole. She opened the back door, got into the back seat of the car, and then the car drove off. It instantly made my stomach drop, and it had me extremely freaked out. I was kind of distraught thinking about what the real reason was to approach my house, who was driving. Just the entire thing left me confused and frightened. I spent the next few days a little on edge because I was afraid that they may return, knowing that someone is there or that I was alone. I also think of that girl and who she was. I wish I had a video doorbell at the time so I could find out if she was a victim of some sort. I don't know. It still bothers me a lot and is eerie as hell. This story took place about 6 years ago. We just moved into a home a few doors down from my mother-in-law's place. She'd been diagnosed with cancer, so we moved closer to help her. My husband and I had one child at this time. He was around 2 or 3 when this happened. My son had always shared a room with us until we moved there. His room was on the far side of the house. We had a baby monitor in his room, just in case. About 2 weeks after we moved in, my husband left for work about 8 or 9 p.m., as he worked thirds then. Our son was asleep, and I stayed up watching TV for a little while. All seemed well as I lay in bed listening to the TV, hoping for some sleep. As I start to drift, I hear quick footsteps, like our son was running to our bedroom door. I sat up, expecting my son to open the door. I wait and wait, and the door never opens. I went and opened the door, expecting him to be standing there, but he wasn't. So I walk down the hallway, and I don't see him anywhere. I go to the kitchen to get a drink of water before I try to go to sleep again, thinking this was a sleepyhead playing tricks on me, as the house was so silent. I knew my son wasn't awake. I take a drink of water and something catches my eye. In the darkness in the opposite hallway across from me, I see a little silhouette. I feel a rush and my legs get weak. I call my son's name and I ask if he's okay. He stands there, perfectly still and silent. As I round the counter to go to him, he says, "Mommy, the little girl won't stop playing and keeps waking me up." My heart skips a beat, and I grab him up and I take him to my room. Needless to say, he slept with Mommy for a few nights after that. When I was 18, I had a frightening experience just a few days before Halloween.
My big brother Adam, who's 15 years older than I am, had moved out a few years before and was living on his own. He had a few days off from his job as a security guard, and because it was Halloween that weekend, he invited me over for the night. We were very close growing up, despite the age gap, and I had always looked up to him, so I was super excited for the chance to spend some time with him. Just so you know the layout of where I was, Adam's place was part of an apartment complex. It's in the cheaper part of town, but he needed to afford the rent, so that didn't matter to me. Adam's unit is on the ground floor, with the front door and lobby of the building separating his place and the one above it from the two on the other side. In the back is a sort of communal garden area where the people in the building can hang out. The unit itself isn't very big. The door of the unit opens into the main hall of the apartment and a small kitchen living room area, and a small inside hall that leads to the bathroom and Adam's room. Anyway, Adam and I had rented some horror movies to watch, but the whole time I kept getting this weird feeling like someone was watching us. The room is set up so that the living room is facing a wall where the TV is, and to the left is the kitchen and the door that leads to the backyard. The first movie finished. When Adam was picking out the next one, I looked across to try to see out the kitchen window over the sink. It was dark out, so no good there. But I could have sworn that I felt that someone is watching us feeling earlier. I jumped a little when Adam touched my shoulder to get my attention, and he laughed, ruffling my hair. "Too scary for you, kid?" he asked, using his nickname for me due to the age gap. I quickly shook my head, and we kept watching the next movie. The feeling went away after that, and we enjoyed the remainder of the evening. Around midnight, we turned in. Adam went to his room, and I stayed on the couch to sleep. I remember waking up to use the bathroom later on. I was half asleep, so I don't remember the exact time. And while I was going past the door to the yard, I got that feeling again. I looked out the kitchen window, but couldn't make anything out. On the way back from the washroom, though, just as I was nearing the couch, the wall lit up slightly. It took me a moment to realize it was the glow of the sensor light outside. It was coming in from the kitchen window, and I hesitated. I felt a little cold for some reason, and I didn't want to see what was going on, but found myself walking over anyway. The yard was empty, and I stared around a bit, trying to see if there was an animal or something that might have set it off. The light didn't quite make it into the corners of the yard, and when my eyes adjusted, I saw someone crouching in the corner by the fence. I froze, totally awake now, staring at the person, and even though I couldn't see them clearly, I felt them staring back. The light went out, startling me, and I took a step back from the window, about to go wake Adam, but I only got one step back when the light came back on. This time, I could see them clearly, and I was absolutely terrified by what I saw. They were dressed in old, tattered jeans and a dark gray hoodie that was zipped up. But the creepiest thing was the mask that they had on. It looked like one of those bandanas you see sometimes, where it looks like you have a skeleton mouth, except this one covered their entire head, so it looked like a skull under the hoodie. The eyes must have had black over them, because I couldn't see them, but I could see his head tilt down and look at their hands, which had black gloves on, and in the right hand was a knife, a bloody knife. The person pointed the knife at me, as if he was silently saying, "You're next," and he started walking toward the back door. I ran to Adam's room, and I shook him all over as hard as I could until he woke up. He was swearing at me angrily for waking him up like that, but I was trembling.
and all I could get out was, "Some guy. Back door." He stared at me in confusion for a moment before we both heard a loud slam on the back door, like the guy was trying to kick it down. "Stay here," Adam told me, and I nodded as he ran out of the room. I could hear him opening a drawer in the kitchen, and by the sounds of it, he was grabbing a knife of his own. The banging suddenly stopped, and I stood on Adam's bed to look out the window in his room. The yard was empty, and I was about to call for Adam when Skull Guy popped up right in front of the window. I swear, like the cheapest jump scare in a horror movie. I yelled and I fell off the bed, and Adam came hurrying in as Skull Guy smacked the bottom of the knife handle against the window, cracking the glass. I'd landed on the floor, and Adam stood in front of me as Skull Guy tried to break the window. Just before he did, we saw him look off to one side and then suddenly take off. I tried to get up, but Adam pushed me back down, and he got on his bed to look out. He told me later that he could see the figure leaping over the fence as he looked out. There was a knock on our front door, making us both jump, and Adam went to the door, still holding his knife and asking, "Who is it?" He sounded like he meant business. And a voice said, "It's Tom. You boys all right?" Adam called for me and then opened the door. It was his neighbor from the upstairs unit. Tom, who had heard the noise and seen the lights, called the cops. They came to take our statements, and one of the neighbors had called our parents to let them know what happened. The cops told us they'd be especially careful, since it was Halloween the next day, and so they'd put a warning on the radio. I had told them about the bloody knife the guy had, and they explained that there was a murder close by that they'd been looking into when they got the call to come here. They said it was pretty violent, and that we were lucky that the guy ran off. Adam and I stayed awake the rest of the night, and Adam called our parents to let them know we were safe officially, and that we'd spend the night over there tomorrow. Thankfully, we didn't hear anything about the guy on Halloween, but I still get creeped out knowing that guy is out there somewhere. And he was ready to break in and kill me, just for having seen him out the window. And that someone is watching feeling I had before. The cops figured the guy had passed by the house earlier when he was on his way to the home of the poor people he'd killed, and that he'd been scouting our place out. That thought kept me awake the next night, too. This happened to my best friend about a year ago. We were both 18 at the time. My friend and I, both female, about 5'3", 115 pounds. So, we're easy targets. My friend and I went to the lake one day with a group of friends. We were hanging on the beach, playing cornhole, listening to music. After a few hours, my friend had to leave because she had work. I asked if she wanted me to walk her to her car, and she said no. A few minutes later, she called me, and this is the story that she told me. She got to her car with no issue. Before she left, she was sitting on her phone, and she heard a knock on her driver's side window. Some yokel, middle-aged woman was standing right outside of her car, asking her to roll down her window. My friend was a little bit startled, so she cracked her window slightly and asked the woman, "Can I help you?" The woman then told her that she needed help with her car, that she had jumper cables, but asked my friend, could she walk with her to the car and give her a hand. Of course, my friend told her that she wouldn't be much help as she wasn't strong enough and didn't know much about cars. The woman begged her to help, saying, "My car is just right through those trees," and pointed to an area that was completely empty. There was no car. My friend told her that she needed to go because she was going to be late for work. The woman put her hand on my friend's window and aggressively said, "No, you need to come with me." My friend then threw her car in reverse and gunned it out of the parking lot. As she was driving away, she looked in the direction of where the lady pointed, and a large man was hiding behind one of the trees. We suspected that the woman was trying to lure my friend out so the man could grab her. They were most likely a team. I've heard many people say that these people will use women to go up to the girls because they're seen as less sketchy. We have gone to the lake several times after, and we've never experienced anything like that again. Anyways, stay safe out there. This happened around February, March of 2021. My friend, a 19-year-old female, was at home getting ready to take an exam for one of her classes. With COVID still going on, our college had a lot of online classes. Her mom was headed to work, so she would be by herself for a few hours. As my friend was studying, she got a call from her mom telling her to make sure the doors and windows were locked because she saw a police helicopter fly over the house and was worried. My friend quickly locked all the doors and windows and continued to study. The door at her house has one of those glass windows that are blurry and hard to see through. About 10 minutes had gone by when she heard a knock and saw the figure of a man at the door. He was knocking rapidly on the door for about 5 minutes and started walking around the outside of the house. My friend called me, freaking out. My dad is a police officer for the city that she lives in, so I had her call him and tell him about the situation. He told her to call the police and that he would try to find out what was going on with the helicopter. The police got to her house very quickly and searched around the house. The man was gone. They asked her some questions before searching the neighborhood. As far as we know, they didn't find the man, but we found out that the police were looking for a man on the run, and that is what the helicopter was doing. My friend and I are almost positive that the man they were looking for was the one at her door. I'm not sure why they were looking for him or what he did, but I don't think I want to know. If you're into true crime shows or channels, you've probably heard this story before, or at least the main details. I've seen it covered in several myself. Here's some context. This happened 11 years ago. I had just turned 18 and moved to Orange County, California. I moved into an apartment complex near the community college I was attending, so a bunch of younger people around my age lived there. I didn't know a single person in California, so I would take any opportunity to socialize and meet new people. A big gathering place at the complex was at the main pool, where people would drink and relax in the sun. Over the first few months, I would meet a bunch of people while hanging out at the pool. I never got super close to any of them, but I would see these same people several days a week. We would often go back to each other's apartments after the pool to drink or smoke some more. It was a really mellow and fun environment. 3 people I would see all of the time were Sarah, Mike, and John. One day after hanging out at the pool, Sarah, my girlfriend, and I went back to my apartment. The 3 of us smoked and Sarah went back home, regular day. The next day, we were at the pool, and there was a few of the usual people missing, but still a solid 10 people, so we didn't really notice. We go home later that night, and my girlfriend gets a call from one of our friends. My girlfriend playfully answers her phone, and the expression on her face starts to change. She's just listening, and her eyes get super wide. She says, "What the fuck? Are you fucking serious?" and hangs up the phone. I'm super confused, so I ask her, What happened? She says, "Dude, the police just found Sarah dead in Mike's apartment, and Mike is nowhere to be found." What the fuck? It was insane. I asked her if he said anything else, but she told me he was really hard to understand. We went to bed, and we met up with the usual crowd at the pool the next day, which included John and his fiancée. We're all talking about how unbelievable this is. Sarah was the epitome of sweet, and Mike was easily one of the kindest people I'd ever met. He was one of the first people I met when I moved. He gave my underage ass some beer and told me stories. These were both good people. It didn't make any sense. We all kind of started speculating and just tried to make sense of it. Nobody could get a hold of Mike. We all start to worry if he's safe. Somebody suggests that Mike probably killed Sarah, panicked, and ran. That was a hard pill to swallow for most of us, but it was the only thing that kind of made sense. John shook his head and said, "Man, just awful." We all dispersed and went home. It would be the last time I would see most of those people. Fast forward a month or two. I was hanging out in my apartment one evening when my girlfriend calls me frantically. "Please come to my friend's apartment. You are not going to believe this shit. This is the most fucked up shit I've ever experienced," she said. I rushed over to the apartment where my girlfriend was. She was with two friends that we knew from the pool. One of them was crying hysterically, while the other sat with him. My girlfriend motioned for me to go outside, and the other friend stayed back to keep consoling the other. Once we were out of earshot, she told me why her friend was crying so intensely. Her friend had just gotten back from being with the police. He was asked to identify pieces of a dismembered body that were found in the sewer. He was crying because he positively identified the body parts as Mike's. How did the police know they were there? They knew because John told them that he did it. Turns out John was, and still is, a broke piece of shit. This bastard was engaged and didn't have enough money for his own wedding. Being a goddamn smart person, Mike had a bunch of money saved up. John found out about it and decided to kill Mike and steal his money. John was an acting student and asked Mike to help him move some heavy things at the theater. When Mike's back was turned, John shot him. He then took Mike to another location where he dismembered his body and dumped the remains in the sewer. John took Mike's keys and phone, and then he went back to Mike's apartment. From there, he texted Sarah on Mike's phone, asking for her to come over because he wanted to talk. Being the sweet and caring person she was, Sarah went over to Mike's apartment to help him feel better. When she got there, John snuck up behind her and shot her. He left the apartment and framed Mike for Sarah's murder. John was caught because he's a stupid fucking idiot. He paid some kid to withdraw money from Mike's ATM account. Cops found the kid, and he told them about John. They quickly tracked John down at his fucking bachelor party, and he was taken in for questioning, where he would admit that he murdered Sarah and Mike. He would later be sentenced to death. After sentencing, Mike's dad spoke to John across the courtroom and said, "My only regret is that the state of California doesn't allow me to kill you myself." Turns out, John's fiancée tried to help him hide evidence, and she was sentenced to time as well. All in all, pretty dark story. Aside from the violence, what messes me up is that the guy had literally just murdered 2 of our friends, and he was at the pool, commiserating with us. Like, genuinely acting upset, sad, and confused. He's a horrible human, and I hope he suffers for the rest of his life. My deepest and continued condolences go out to the family of the 2 innocent people that were killed. My friend lived in a super rural, small country town, and I'd come to spend the summer with her at her grandparents' house. We were both 13 at the time and thought it would be a good idea to sneak out, walk around the town, maybe stop by the park. As we were walking down this one road, about 30 minutes after we left the house, we noticed somebody following us, wearing all black with a hoodie. We believed the man was following us because of multiple factors. 1, it was 3 a.m. and he was the only other person we saw out in the area. It's super rare to see someone else that late in a small town. 2, he was wearing full black, joggers and a hoodie with his hood up. It was pretty warm out, being that it was summer, so it just seemed odd. And 3, every time we would stop and look back at him, he would act like he was looking for something. But when we would start walking again, he would do the same. It just seemed suspicious, so we both got pretty creeped out and quickly rounded a corner before hiding in the dark of some bushes. After the guy passed us, we waited about another 30 minutes. Then we decided we should probably head back to her house, so we ran there. Once we got back inside, we couldn't really go to sleep, so we did an all-nighter. The next morning, we saw on the news that a woman was stabbed, assaulted, and killed on the exact road we'd been on that night. And we couldn't help but wonder if the attacker was the man who had been following us. We didn't tell the police because we were scared. We also didn't have much info to give them, other than the fact that it was a male and he was wearing all black. We didn't think we'd be any help. If I was an adult at the time, I for sure would have reported something, but I was a child. Safe to say, we didn't sneak out again after that. I live in a small town. You blink and you miss it. The best we can boast about is a single stop sign and a gas station, which we only have because of the nearby highway. Any actual semblance of a town is 25 minutes away. So when things get scary out here, it's amplified. The occasional homeless person is no big deal. They're often drifting through. Drug addicts run rampant and will steal everything they can from your house, but it's the normal out here. However, what happened a few years ago certainly wasn't normal. Originally, I was dead asleep in my bed. I only woke up because it was burning hot in my room, but it was summertime and not much I could do. I just remember tossing and turning until I got a creepy feeling that fell into the pit of my stomach. I glanced over to the bathroom door that was open with the light on. Everything was normal. I left the light on so I wouldn't trip and die if I had to pee in the middle of the night. Next, I glanced at the window directly across from my bed. I had no curtains, but I had a shitty set of blinds. Part of the blinds were broken from wear and tear, and the crappy AC unit beneath it would make them move back and forth, so you'd get a glimpse outside every so often. The yard light was still going, but what made me stop was the outline at my window. The figure of someone was directly at my window, almost like it was waiting for the blinds to move, to watch me. I didn't have an imagination as a child. That had been trained out of me, but the sight was enough to pour every horror film into my head at that moment. I squeezed my eyes shut, and I pulled the blankets over my head and slept in a cloth oven that night. By morning time, the figure was gone. I remember running to my mom's room on the verge of tears in the morning, telling her what had happened. She laughed at me like I was an idiot and told me that it was probably just a stray cat that had climbed up there for one odd reason or another. I almost believed her since my window was pretty high off the ground, but something didn't sit right. Later that day, when we were doing yard work, I glanced over at my window and saw one of our metal patio chairs had been pushed up to it. I pointed it out to my mom, who proceeded to chew me out. "That's how the cat probably got up there, moron. Stop leaving furniture everywhere." But I hadn't moved it. It was heavy enough that I struggled with it. So we moved it back, and so began a pattern. At night, I'd see the figure, complain to my mom, and we'd find a chair moved back every single morning. This went on for weeks. My mother stopped caring about my concerns, until one morning, we saw where the outside screen of my window had been sliced open. I still remember her shaking her head and complaining about those damn stray cats that we still had yet to see. I could tell that she was unnerved by that development, though. I couldn't handle it anymore, and I opted to sleep in our living room that night. The only problem was our kitchen and living room were connected, which meant there were always several windows. The first night of my move went well, despite my back hurting from the couch. I avoided my room like the plague. It wasn't until about 4 days later we ran into an issue. I woke up and glanced at the clock above the fireplace. It read a little past 3 a.m. I couldn't understand why I'd woken up until it happened again. There was a beam of light shining in from the kitchen window, almost like someone was shining with a flashlight. I saw it trace along the walls and land on the love seat across from the couch I was on. I was horrified. When I told my mom, she continued to laugh at me. I gave in and decided I would sleep in my dad's room, even though it had a gigantic window. He slept in the recliner with a huge TV, so I felt more safe having someone around. The yard light was directly outside the window. It seemed foolproof. That was until I woke up out of habitual fear and watched through the window across from the bed. Everything seemed normal as time wore on, and I felt like a moron. Maybe my mom was right. That was until I saw a lone figure come out of the woods by the backyard shed, walk directly under the light, and head to the patio furniture, like he'd been there plenty of times before. I still remember the large build of the man and the confidence, like he was the one who lived here and wasn't creeping around my yard in the dead of night. I just remember listening to the TV until I fell asleep again, hoping to get another glimpse. My dad would have been pissed if I woken him up. He was grumpy on a good day and terrifying on a bad day. I didn't feel like risking it unless I had solid proof, because I was scared. The next morning, my mom chewed me out again for the patio furniture, which was routine almost a month later. But this time, something new happened. She demanded I stop playing in the toolboxes of the garage. A bunch of tools had been taken out and left on our doorstep. Screwdrivers, a large hammer, flashlights, etc. It wasn't me. I begged with my mom and pleaded with her, just stay up with me, one night. We couldn't close our garage because it was an open carport, and I wasn't going to get my ass beaten for touching tools because of someone else. It was driving me mad. Finally, she agreed. That night, we would stay awake in the living room. I finally fell asleep before my mom did, but I remember her waking me up in a panic. She pointed to the window that overlooked the garage. We could see the top of someone's head as they walked back and forth. There was the sound of someone placing metal tools down on brick steps, as if they were trying to be quiet but couldn't fully muffle it. She whispered for me to go wake my dad. My dad was angry, having been woken up in the middle of the night by his frantic daughter. He grabbed his pistol and headed out from the back door, towards the front of the house where the garage was located. We heard my dad screaming and someone dropping tools, then the shot of a gun, twice. The frantic footsteps pounding out of the garage felt like they were coming from my chest. My mom peeked out the window and then opened the door. My dad stumbled in. He had missed both shots because of his unstable aim, but he told us that there was a man crouching at our front door, looking at our door handle. None of us slept that night, and in the morning, the law from the closest town arrived. They didn't do much besides ask if anything had been stolen, for a description of the man, and then told us to install cameras. That was it. They said the guy was probably just looking for something easy to steal for quick money. If that had been the case, why hadn't he stolen the tools, the generator, the welder, or broken into any of the vehicles just sitting in the garage? We finally set up hunting trail cameras around the house, but nothing's happened since. Coming home from college for the holidays, I still have nightmares about the incident years later when I sleep in my own bed. I don't know what he was looking for or why he did the things he did. Whatever the case may be, man at the window, let's not meet. Around Halloween, when I was about 11, I went to a haunted trail with some friends of mine from karate. Place was your standard high-end haunted trail. You know the kind, with a heated ticket booth, concession stand, and a fire pit where the performers could take their breaks, as well as people who were cold standing in line. The guy introducing us to the trail told us up front that the actors in the trail wouldn't touch us and would be fired if they were caught doing so. So we enter the first part of the trail. It's the kind where there's themed structures, areas, and a few winding paths through the woods leading between them. The paths were lit with red Christmas lights and had chains laying out the path. So there weren't really employees on the trails, just the themed zones at the beginning and end of the trails. The longest trail through the woods was the one that led from the clown section to the part that had a bunch of people with chainsaws toward the end. Something that's important to know about this place is that it was very professional looking. All of the costumes and props, they could have been props for American Horror Story or Saw or something. The clowns all wore old-timey looking costumes that were authentic looking and professionally aged. Plus, they all wore makeup, not masks. A few dozen yards after leaving the clown house, a clown wearing a shitty polyester costume, a rubber mask that couldn't have cost more than $20, walked out of the woods toward the trail. The fake bloodstains on his costume looked like ketchup, not the dark red stuff that had stained the other clown's clothes. I had really long platinum blonde hair at the time, and this dude stumbles up to me and fucking yoinks my hair and holds it up. He pulls a very real kitchen knife, not painted to look rusty or anything, just a standard 9-inch blade with a dark handle, and gets his mask close to me. I could smell whiskey and cigarettes through the mask. He tells me in a thick southern accent, "You got some pretty ass hair. I think I'll take me some." He set his hand with the knife on my shoulder, and at this point, I stop having a silent emotional breakdown and tear away from the guy, stomped on his foot and ran away. This made him drop the knife, which made a light metallic noise when it hit the ground. I heard him yell strong obscenities while I was running, and then I watched him slink back into the woods, away from the trail, from a safe distance. Never heard anything more from him. When I was little, I just assumed that he was a worker that didn't quite understand the rules. But as I've gotten older, I realized two things. One, his shitty costume and real knife wouldn't be allowed in this haunted house. Two, with a better understanding of the area around the haunted trail, I realized that there's a trailer park known for drunk redneck antics and meth dealers in the direction that he came from and returned to. I really don't think that he was supposed to be there. A few years ago, I entered the University of Lausanne to start my medical studies. I had just arrived in the city and even in the country. I was very excited to start my year, to discover the university, and to meet new people. Everything was going great until the end of the third week. Friday night around 9 p.m., I leave the library, say goodbye to my friends, and start to go home. The pace of work was really already very intense. We'd been working all day, and I was in a rush to get home. It was my favorite part of the day because I got to put on my music, take the subway, and then the train, and it gives me a chance to rest. Anyway, that night it was cold, so there was no one left outside. It takes me about 7 minutes to walk from the library to the subway. I'm walking quietly with my music in my ears when all of a sudden I get a shiver that runs through my body from head to toe. I start to feel uncomfortable, as if someone was watching me. And at that point, I pause my music and decide not to turn around to check in case the person is trying to be really inconspicuous, and if I notice them, something might happen. I don't want to run either because I'm not sure if I can run faster, and I don't know where to go. At this point, we pass a glass building, so I decided to look inside and pretend I'm fixing my hair. I quickly glance in the corner of my eye, and my blood runs cold. There's definitely someone walking a few feet behind me, in a hoodie. I try to reassure myself that he's just finished work, that he's going home, that he's cold, and that's why he's wearing a hoodie. But I didn't see a backpack, and there's no houses for civilians around. I decided to send a message to my mother saying, "Come get me in front of such and such building. Please, I really don't feel safe." It's important to know that the university is 30 minutes by car from my house. At this very moment, I don't find any other solution, and I decide to take refuge in a building while waiting for my mother to come and get me. I opened the door, took off my helmet, and went down the stairs to find a hiding place. I thought I was out of trouble when suddenly I heard the door that I came in through open. This time I'm sure that he's after me, but since I'm new, I don't know this building and where it leads. I run downstairs at full speed, and I hear behind me the footsteps of this guy running down the stairs, also at full speed. I run without looking back. I'm sure that he's running faster than me and that he will catch up to me. I don't even know where I'm going, but I pray that I don't fall into a dead end. Looking back, I even think of it like the movie The Shining, in the labyrinth scene. I didn't know how far ahead of him I was, so I opened a window in the hallway to make it look like I escaped out there, and then I opened a door a little further down. It was a huge auditorium in the dark. I went down the stairs and hid under a desk in the middle right, and I put my phone on silent. My mom had been texting me a lot, asking me what was going on and saying that she was on her way with my dad. I text her, "I'm in such and such building. He's looking for me. Please come quickly." I hid under that desk thinking I was screwed, that my hiding place sucked and he was going to find me any second. Then I heard a thud and a huge scream. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life as I was when I heard that scream. For 15 minutes, my mother was sending me messages, telling me to hang on. And at the end of those 15 long minutes, waiting for him to find me, I finally got the message from my mom, where she says that she's here with the police. They're going to enter the building, and they need to know where I am. I just tell them I'm on the second floor because I have no idea which way I was going. After 2 minutes, I heard the door of the auditorium, and it was the police that had come to get me. Once I got out, they took my statement and said that they would check with the university management. The next day, they contacted us and said that they saw on the surveillance cameras that there was indeed someone who was following me when I entered the building. But there were no cameras inside. You can't see the guy's face, and therefore we don't know who it is. They just said that security was going to do patrols at night and advised me to have someone with me whenever I went out at that time. We never heard about it again, and that's good. This happened a few months ago to me and my friends. We are university students in Cape Town, South Africa, so when we aren't trying to get through the semester, we like to let our habits get the better of us and go out for drinks. On this night, we had just finished what felt like an extra long day at the university and decided to head to the bar about 5 minutes from campus for some much-needed stress relief. The evening was going well. Although a bit slow, it was enjoyable with everyone having a drink, but we were getting a bit restless. So me, being one of the more outgoing ones of the group, suggested that we head to the bar with the pool tables, not far from where we were. Everyone agrees and we get our stuff to go. We all jumped in my car and we got to the bar, but being a Thursday night, parking was scarce. I finally managed to find a spot about a block away from the bar, but in a secluded side street. I should also mention that this bar is in one of the sketchier parts of town, but it's normally quite safe due to the amount of nightlife associated with being close to the university. We walked to the bar, and no one really felt uneasy, nor did anything happen to make us feel that way, which was quite surprising. After a few hours of pool and just relaxing, we decided it was time to grab dinner before the restaurants closed, as being in South Africa means that most restaurants, even fast food, close really early, around 7 or 8, to comply with curfew. We decided to stop at the pizza place below the bar to grab some food before we all decided what the plan was for the end of the night. With our group being so large and the pizza place being so small, we decided that we'd have those getting food go inside, while the others who didn't would just wait outside on the street. It was an easy decision, as the pizza place had a massive open window with a built-in counter, so we could still all talk to each other. This is where things started to get a little weird. While we were waiting for our friends inside the pizza place to come out, this massive white van pulled up past us and stopped. The driver wasn't an intimidating-looking dude. He was skinny, looked to be about average height, with shoulder-length blonde hair, a pretty standard-looking dude for this kind of area. He calls out to me and asks if I think his van could fit in a parking spot just behind him. For perspective, this parking spot could probably fit like a small hatchback, maybe. This dude is driving a full long-size panel van. This makes me kind of uneasy, as I thought as a driver of a car, you should know where your car can definitely not fit, and this was one of them. I explained to him that I didn't think it was even worth attempting. He responds telling me that he has faith in his ability, and I should come stand behind the van and direct him. This gives me major red flags, and after a few back and forths, he just pulls the emergency brake and sits and stares at my friends and I for what felt like an eternity. He then thanked us and drove off. This prompted my friends to come outside from the pizza place as they just saw what happened and were very confused. We were all kind of weirded out, but thought nothing of it. Everyone ate their pizza, and we tried to decide what the plan would be for the last hour or two before curfew cut things short. Most of us decided this is where the night was going to end, as we were all kind of weirded out by the guy in the van. A few others decided that they were going to stay and take an Uber home later. With our friend group cut down to 4, we decided to walk back to the car and just head home. When we left the pizza place, a homeless person called out to us and was insisting we had nothing to worry about with the guy in the van, which didn't help anyone's nerves. We then decided to head to the car, but as soon as we turned the corner to approach the side street where the car was parked, we saw Van Man again. This time not quite as happy as he seemed in his last encounter earlier. I made a cheeky comment about him finally finding a parking spot that he could fit in while we were walking past each other, and he just stared at me and my friends, not breaking eye contact even when we passed him. I turned around to see if he was still looking. He was. But as we turned the corner of the side street with the car, I saw it and my heart sank. The van, horribly parked half on and half off the sidewalk, back door slightly open. Upon seeing this, I turn around and I see Van Man is now walking towards us. But he said something that confused me at first, but immediately made sense after. He said, "Hey, please just watch my car," which confused me. But when he said that, 4 men sat up from leaning on the wall next to it and began following us. My friends and I were slightly ahead of them, so we were trying to discuss the game plan because it was obvious if we did nothing, something horrible was going to happen. My friends started walking faster, and I remained at the same speed, frantically searching my pockets for my car keys, all while shouting at my friends to wait up and what's the rush? All in hopes that the guys behind us, who were gaining on us, were oblivious to us knowing they had sinister intentions. As soon as the car came into view, we booked it, jumped in, and drove away. But we were only seconds from not being that lucky. After locking the car doors, I saw the men surrounding the car. I managed to get us out, and looking back in the mirror, I saw a 5th man by the van at the bottom of the street. I still have no idea what their intentions were that night, if it was to rob us or beat us up, or worse. I don't really like to think about how lucky we were that night. I ask that when you're out, no matter how innocent an interaction with someone can seem, always pay attention to the little things. So to the man in the van my friends and I saw that night, can we please not meet again? So 3 years ago, I was walking home late at night from my friend's house. It was dark,
and at the time, I lived in a rough part of a large city. I've had many sketchy situations that I've gotten myself out of, so I guess I felt sort of invincible, like nothing truly scary could happen to me. When I walk alone, I always stay very alert and aware of my surroundings for my own safety, just in case. About halfway home and roughly 10 minutes to my apartment, I noticed a van started tailing me. I was used to this since in my city, it's very common for a young woman in a rough area to get propositioned for sex. It's embarrassing how desensitized to this I was. I did my usual and crossed the road so that I'd be walking beside the traffic heading in the other direction. I wasn't scared, just annoyed. The van then turned down a side street, then backed onto the road that I was on, and pulled up next to me. At this point, I still wasn't scared. Again, this has happened so many times, and it never mattered if I was wearing something that showed a little more skin, or if I was wearing a winter coat zipped from below my chin all the way down to my ankles. That area is notorious for that type of activity. I decided to be firm and told the person sternly, "I'm not interested." I noticed there were 2 men in the van. They looked almost identical, and they may have been twins or brothers. Both men had very, very dark eyes and short, dark hair. The van didn't move. I was super annoyed and crossed the road again to get away. At this point, I figured this would be enough for them to stop following me. They didn't. They kept circling back every time I crossed the road. I've never had to put that much effort into getting a horny pervert to leave me alone. So, this was starting to feel unsafe. They zipped by me at the speed the traffic was flowing in, and I yelled for them to fuck off. I thought it finally worked. It had been about 3 minutes and I hadn't seen the van, so I thought I was in the clear. Just in case, I pulled my phone out and was getting ready to call my sister who I lived with. Just then, the van pulled up to me very quickly, and before I could even blink, one of the men jumped out of the van, opened the back door, and approached me quickly in an aggressive manner, as if he was about to scoop me up and throw me into the vehicle. The traffic in that area is very inconsistent. It was dead, and I imagine that is what they were waiting for. Just as the man was about to place his hands on me, I tilted my phone and said, "You're being filmed in my live video chat. I gave my friends your license plate number, and the police have been notified." I was so scared, but I didn't let that show. I stayed as calm as I could. The man paused like he was considering if I was bluffing or telling the truth. So I tilted the phone more, as if to give the fake audience a better look at him. He then jumped into the van, and they sped off. I've never been the same since that night. I'm afraid of walking alone now, even in the daytime. Stay safe out there. And to the 2 creeps in the van, let's not ever meet. I hope karma finds you both soon. This happened about 5 years ago, when I was around 16, 17 years old. I always enjoyed walking. I would spend at least an hour a day walking the roads around where I lived. One day I was out doing my normal route, walking down the street that my house was on, taking a ride out the main street, and following it until I got to the end. There I would cross the crosswalk and retrace my steps home. On this particular day, I was about 20 feet from where I would leave the main road on my journey back home. I had my headphones in, blasting music as always, which can be a bad habit as I'm a young female that's been put in some sketchy situations while going for walks. Men chasing me, following me, etc. But since it was daylight and the roads were pretty busy, I figured I was safe. But man, Was I ever so off with that assumption? As I was about to pass the entrance of the side street, before leaving the main road, a black Ford F-150 pulled up. He stopped and gestured for me to walk in front of him, so I did so. I was about to go on my merry way when I barely heard someone trying to talk to me. I turned down my music, taking out my headphones, as I looked to see the man in the black Ford, still stopped at the entrance of the side road. I looked at him, puzzled, trying to figure out if he was talking to me. I pointed at myself, and he grinned, nodding. "What's a beautiful girl like you doing out here?" he asked. I laughed awkwardly. Walking," I replied, seeing as the answer should have been obvious. "It's a beautiful day for that," he commented, just seeming to make small talk. "Yeah," I stated before going to turn around and continue my route home. "Wait," the man called. I stopped and turned around, just trying to be polite. Even though the encounter was odd, I didn't see too many red flags yet. The man then went off, saying things such as, "You're so beautiful. You know, you have a really nice body. This hot weather is nice for a hot girl." I grew incredibly uncomfortable at this point, seeing as this man had to be in his mid-40s. He had a bit of a receding hairline with black hair, a nose with a protruding bridge, blue eyes that were surrounded by slight wrinkles. He was dressed in a dress shirt. So I instantly brought up my age, saying, "I'm a minor." There have been multiple times where I've been mistaken for being older than I was, and I was hoping that saying this would get this fully grown adult-ass man to back off. But he didn't. "Oh, that's okay. Come on, sweetheart, get in the truck." That's when I started panicking, red flags shooting up everywhere, stranger danger. I laughed nervously, looking at the cars around me to see if anyone was noticing what was happening. Nobody did. "No, that's fine. My house isn't far." "No, really, get in the truck. I'll bring you home." "No." "Come on, just get in the truck with me," he called as I turned and started walking away. I was hoping he'd just drive off somewhere else, but he didn't. Instead, he drove extremely slow, following me, complimenting me, and trying to pressure me into his truck. I thought fast of multiple options for different scenarios, but I chose one simple one. I pulled out my phone. While still walking, I lifted it to my ear, pretending loudly to answer a call. "Hey, Dad?" "Yeah, no, I'm just on insert street name here. I'll be home in 10 minutes. I stopped pretending to listen to the reply. "Okay, you're outside waiting for me? Awesome. Yeah, we can do that when I get back. Love you." After he heard me say that, he took off, tires screeching. I ran back home, and I made it within about 6 minutes, actually calling my dad on the way, who had made a call to the police. They showed up shortly after and took my statement and description. Turns out there was a man on the loose in my area who was exposing himself to minors and trying to pick them up for sexual acts. But they never really found out exactly who it was. So, creepy man in black Ford F-150, let's not meet again. This happened when I was about 12-ish years old. I was sitting in my living room, which has a large window facing the main road, when I heard someone knock on the door in the mudroom, which is attached to the living room. My dad was downstairs playing on his drum set, and it was well into the evening. I thought it was strange, but figured maybe it was someone who wanted to ask him to play quieter. We got many noise complaints over the years. When I opened the main door, there was a man I definitely didn't recognize,
standing there. He was probably in his 40s or 50s, wearing what looked like casual business clothes. I didn't really think much of it, but kept the screen door closed as a precaution. Here's how I vaguely remember our encounter playing out. Creepy dude. Hi, I was wondering if I could use your phone. I need to call someone. Me. Sorry, no, we don't have a landline, and I don't have a cell phone. I lied because I had a bad gut feeling. Creepy dude. Oh, that's okay. Do you think I could at least have a glass of water? I can wait here while you grab it. Me. Sorry, we just moved in and haven't unpacked our glasses yet. Again, a huge lie, but I was panicked. Through the window, you could clearly see that we'd lived there for some time. Creepy dude, trying way too hard to be friendly. That's all right. Do you have a hose I could drink from? Me, definitely freaked out. Yeah, it's actually right there on the ground. I say this while pointing to the outdoor hose a couple feet from the door. Creepy dude with an even wider smile. Oh, thank you. Do you think you could turn it on for me? Me, fucking terrified. Sorry, no, I don't know how it works. Creepy dude, visibly a bit angry but trying to hide it. Oh, come on. You don't know how to use a hose? At this point, my fight or flight was in full force, so I just slammed the door. I locked it and ran downstairs to my dad. I told him what happened, and he stormed outside with a baseball bat. But the guy was gone by the time my dad got outside. I never saw him again after that. Still freaks me out to think what he might have done if he got a hold of me. So, creepy dude who showed up at my house and tried to get me to go outside to turn on the hose, let's not meet. This is a story that I heard from my mother. This happened when she was single and living alone. Back in those days, she was working in an office job. Next door, to the right, lived a single man who was living alone, and from the start, Mom always thought that he was kind of weird. He would never offer any form of greeting when they ran into one another in the hall. She would often say hello to him, but he never replied, and that's why my mom was a bit wary of him. Also, another off-putting fact about the guy next door was the fact that he would just stare at her. She said that she had a bad feeling about that guy. One night, she awoke from a dream in the dead of night. She said it was as if a switch had been flipped somewhere. Her reaction was instantaneous. She opened her eyes and was fully conscious. And just as mysteriously as she awoken, a question jumped to the forefront of her mind. Did I lock the door? After the intrusive question entered her mind, she couldn't make it leave. It lingered, and worry began to set in as she lay in bed in the dark. Like an itch that needs scratching, she felt as if she had to go and check. She crept over to the door and realized that the door was unlocked, just as she feared. She blamed it on her own carelessness, then turned the key and locked the door. In that exact moment, she felt the doorknob slowly and slightly twist in her hand. She was incredibly frightened, but she managed to maintain her composure and keep quiet. She had only just turned the key in the door, and had she hesitated even a second longer, the person on the other side of the door would have been opening an unlocked door. She put her eye to the peephole and saw the figure of a man outside. She recognized him almost instantly as the neighbor next door. She covered her mouth so as not to scream as the doorknob slowly turned once again. A few agonizing seconds crawled by, and then her neighbor gave up and walked away. My mom has a trusting kind of nature, so she decided that she would put this down as her neighbor making an honest mistake and mistaking his apartment for hers. She decided not to worry about it. A couple of days went by, and her neighbor moved out of the apartment complex. It was around the same time as my mom wanting to move out too. She began cleaning and packing her things away when she noticed something. She was cleaning one of her balcony windows at the time, and it was partially fogged up in the right corner. Upon closer inspection, she saw fingerprints on the glass. The fingerprints were on the outside of the balcony window. She didn't know how they could have gotten there at first, but then she remembered something. Her creepy neighbor lived on the right-hand side, and that was where she found the fingerprints. There had to be a connection. She stepped out onto her balcony and took a look at the railing, and there were traces of fingerprints there too. It looked as if the man next door was climbing over the balcony partition and peering into her apartment. My mom laughed when she told me this story. She literally never gets up at night. She's a total sound sleeper. But that night, intuition kicked in and made her make sure the door was locked. I think that she's only still here today because of that gut feeling that she had to go and check that that door was locked. If you wake up with a similar concern, get up. There's one thing that still freaks me out. If the neighbor got the apartment wrong, why didn't he just try to put his key in the lock? Why did he just silently turn the door handle? It freaks me out to imagine what her neighbor's intentions were. This happened over 10 years ago. I lived in the outskirts of the city. The town wasn't exactly small, but not big at all. The population was pretty low. There was nothing but fields, and all the streets, houses, and neighborhoods, they all looked the same. I grew up in that town, and as early as I could remember, I wanted to get the hell out of it. It's a very stifling place. Not to mention, there was pretty much nothing to do there. There was an odd vibe in that town. First of all, there was zero privacy. I've never lived in a place like it since, but it was the town where anyone in the neighborhood could just walk on into your house if they felt like it. For example, there would be people who would just turn up. They'd had an argument with their partner, needed a place to escape. Someone who needed someone to talk to about a marriage proposal, or just someone who was passing through who might need to use the bathroom. Oh, it was great. Everyone knew everyone's business. I was eager to limit any rumors about me, so at all hours of the day, my curtains were shut, and I kept things quiet. Of course, I wasn't up to anything, or trying to hide something. And on the surface, when I spoke to people in the town, I was polite. I just didn't want any drama. A few things happened in that town, but none stood out more than the one I'm about to tell you. It started one day when I was planning a trip with my husband. He was content to stay home and just relax, but I wanted to get out of that town. So we compromised and decided to get a hotel with a spa not too far away. A couple of days into the trip and things were going great. But on the third day, his work calls and he has to go back into the office. It couldn't have been helped. I was naturally annoyed by this time, but I tried to remain supportive. He said that I should just stay at the hotel and enjoy the rest of the trip solo. I didn't think that would be much fun by myself, so I told him that I'd be going back with him. When we arrived back at our house, I sensed that something was off. There was something not right that I couldn't immediately put my finger on. I stood there looking around the living room, and I noticed that some of the furniture was slightly out of place, and little things like a book or a magazine on the table were in a new position. I hated that feeling. Considering the way people behaved in this small town, I could only assume that someone might have been in there. I went from room to room checking, and as I was pacing the upstairs hallway, I heard the front door creak open below. This was at about 2 p.m. I thought that it could have been my husband wandering in after bringing the luggage in or something. I called out and asked him if he needed my help. I came rushing down the stairs to help, and I was shocked to see the woman who lived 3 houses away standing in my home. "Oh, wow, welcome back." Hey, I walked on in because the door looked like it was unlocked, and you can never be too careful, right? She said something like that. I can't remember what her exact words were, but I knew she seemed flustered. And if I didn't know better, she acted as if I'd caught her red-handed somehow. I swear I saw her blush. The door looked unlocked? Is that a normal thing that people say? That, coupled with the furniture in a different area, led me to believe that this wasn't the first time that she'd come to our home when we were out. I don't know how whoever, probably her, got into our home while we were away, but I couldn't stand living there after that day. Anyway, we moved out of the area shortly after that. I couldn't live in that place any longer. I felt really creeped out knowing that someone I barely knew had been in my home and lied about it to my face. I live in a different place, and it's a much calmer environment. And we didn't share any details with our neighbors about our new address. This happened in 2008, when I was 9 years old. I lived in a townhome community where each road had 2 sides of homes. In between the backs of the houses, there was a backyard with alleyways that went in between each building section. I lived on the edge of one of these, and my townhome was on one of the alleyways. I lived on one street, and across the back road on the opposite side lived an elderly woman whose name I don't even know. I'm not sure what her situation was, but for whatever reason, she never liked me specifically. She was creepy, and she spray painted all of her windows so that nobody could see inside her house. However, that never stopped her from sometimes staring out her window directly at mine and keeping it open at night to shine a red strobe light into my room across the way. She used to yell how she hated us. I was in the 4th grade, and on a particular January morning, I had unfortunately missed the bus. My dad sent me outside to get in the car so that he could drive me, and he said he'd follow me out soon after. As I was walking to my dad's car, the woman came out of the alleyway next to my house, slowly, with a gigantic kitchen knife behind her back. She raised it and started running after me. I was faster than her, so I was able to avoid her, and I was able to get inside the house. She walked and stood on the neighbor's porch across the way and stared at my house. I was terrified. My dad ran out and yelled at her, and she said that she wanted to get rid of us stupid kids. My parents called the police, but the police sent her home and had an ambulance pick her up later. My parents went to some kind of court meeting about it, but I don't really know the details. I didn't see her again after that, until 1 year later. I don't remember the day, but it had snowed that morning, so I was going to run out the front door and play in the snow. I opened the door to see her standing on the porch, but looking out toward the road. I panicked, closed, and locked the door. I ran up to my parents' room and told them what happened. We saw her walk off the porch and up the street. I never saw her again after that. My family has since moved far away from there, but people I know say that she still lives there, and her windows are still the same spray-painted windows. Though it doesn't affect me as much as it used to. I still don't like being around knives. This happened about 1.5 years ago. I was at work, night shift, a little past midnight, and I ordered DoorDash for myself and my supervisor, since it was her birthday. I was happy to see that I had the same driver as last time, as I work in a small building among other identical buildings with a convoluted road system in between them all. It can be a little confusing for someone who's not used to it. I'd been watching the map and I went outside once he was close by. I stood under a cluster of bright lights in our parking lot, wearing neon yellow. You couldn't miss me. Immediately, I get a call from my driver asking me to come to him. I look around and I don't see anyone until I walk a couple of yards to the center of the lot. He's sitting on the side of my building by the dumpster, where there's no light. He also has his lights off. I'm thinking, what the hell, dude? I start waving my arms and telling him I'm in front of the building and he's on the side. He hangs up and just chills there for a minute. At this point, I'm really annoyed because our food is getting cold and this delivery guy delivered in the exact same spot a week before. Finally, he turns his lights on and comes over to me. As soon as he pulls up, he's speaking another language into his phone, which then translates to English. Something like,
"Hello, I'm practicing English. I need new friends. Will you be my friend?"
And then he puts the phone towards me. I feel like I'm speaking to a child because, hello, this is inappropriate. And I say, "Oh, that's a cool app." And I look at him, waiting. He keeps speaking into the app about needing friends, and I tell him my supervisor is waiting for me, and I reach my hand out for the food. He tries to touch my hand and then asks for my number. At this point, the fact that he had tried to get me in the dark, plus his persistence, turned my growing annoyance into fear. I tell him I need the food, and he asks me to get in his car, in perfect English. Thank the Lord at this moment, someone in my sister building comes out and makes their way over to the lot. He finally gives me my food and scurries off, which freaks me out. Why, after all of that, would he speed off at the sight of another person? Clearly his intentions were not good. I reported all of this to DoorDash at the time, as well as my local police and social media. And it turns out that he'd done this to someone who lives 2 miles away from me. She had also ordered late at night, and he apparently asked her if she lived alone and if they could hang out, all while holding her food hostage. DoorDash assured me that they deactivated him, but his boldness and the fact that he seems to only drive late at night makes me think that he does this a lot and has probably already assaulted someone. Creepy old guy says he wants to marry my twin sister. So, a little context. Since we had to move to a different town to pursue our studies, we only came home for the holidays. It was the summer and it was the evening. Our father wanted to cook something but was missing a few things. Since my father didn't want to go too far for a few things that were easy to find closer to home, if a bit more expensive, we all decided to go to a little grocery shop in the city center. My father stayed in the car and sent my sister and I to go get the few things. As we were discussing which brands we wanted and the price, a guy old enough to have grandkids interrupted us. He asked if we were twins. It's obviously a question that we're used to hearing, so we smiled politely and answered, yes, we are twins. Cue the, oh, you look so alike. We don't think so, but, well, we're used to each other, so we know the difference between our physical appearance. And the, which one of you came out first? I always feel so uncomfortable when people ask this question, but when they're nice, I try not to show it to them. Then, this guy started asking if we have boyfriends, if we want to have children, and if we plan to stay together. It was starting to get creepy, but as I'm quite the introvert, I didn't say it outright. I did make sure to show it in my body language, turning away from him, looking at the cash register. He then started to say that he wanted to marry my sister, that her eyes were a mirror, that he could see that she would be so kind and docile. Even if it was creepy, I couldn't help but laugh in disbelief, because really, my sister, kind and docile? I mean, she's so sassy and savage. I love her. He said their children would be so beautiful. This was past the point of creepy, and I was getting really pissed. Because why does the fact that we're twins make him and other people in general think he can say things like that or ask personal questions? I was also getting pissed because my sister and I are super protective of each other. So I said that she was not going to marry him, and that it was absolutely creepy that a guy old enough to have grandchildren would say to someone potentially young enough to be his granddaughter that he wanted to marry her and have children with her. Then we took what we bought and left, with the guy behind us trying to apologize and say he didn't mean it like that. As we were walking out, still ignoring that dude, my sister told me that I should have just ignored him because he wasn't worth it. And I don't think we told our dad because we didn't want him to worry, even though he would have definitely agreed that guy was way out of line. He would have also said that we handled it properly by telling him off, then ignoring him and leaving. When I was younger, 17, I lived in a small village of 1,200 people. Usually, every year there's a local town festival, and all of the adults go for dinner and a party at the town hall, where they perform some acting and make fun of the year that's just passed. Usually this is in February, so it's snowy and dark pretty early. When this festival is happening, absolutely all 13 to 17-year-old girls are booked for babysitting. Me and my two friends went for a drive around the town, since you have to be 18 to go to the party. We just drove around, giving people a lift to the party and earning some extra cash. Since there's no taxi in this town, it's a great way to earn some extra pocket money. We had been driving for a couple of hours. Of course, we knew where everyone lived, so some of the adults asked us to drive past their house to make sure everything was all right.
give the parents some extra comfort. I think it was also to give us some sort of tasks until the party was over and we could give them a lift home. In one of the older neighborhoods in town, there were low streetlights, so we just drove slowly. One mom who we gave a lift to earlier lived there. She was a widow with 3 young children, 2, 4, and 8, if I recall correctly, and her niece was babysitting. She was 15. The time was around 10 p.m., and when we drove in this neighborhood, which is surrounded by hills and cliffs, my friend swore that he saw something move in her garden. We thought little of it and just said it was probably a cat or something. We kept driving to the other end of the town, but my friend, in the back seat, said he had a really bad feeling and he wanted to drive back to her house. So we did, to check to see if we could see footprints in the snow. When we got there, we parked the car and looked over the fence, and there were fairly new human footprints in the snow, adult size. So we all looked at each other and decided to follow the trail. The trail went past all the bedrooms, but near every window, the footprints turned to the window, like someone was trying to peek in. Eventually, the trail ended on the street, and we lost it where the snowplow had been earlier that night. We chatted about whether we should go and get the mom from the party or ring the doorbell to check if everything was all right. Since none of the tracks led to the back door or the front door, we decided that 2 of us would stay in the neighborhood, hidden, and monitor the house, while the other would drive to the police station and pick up the mom on the way back. That was a good call. Maybe 5 minutes after he left for the police station, we saw someone lurking behind one of the garages a couple houses down. He wasn't moving, just sat there with a cigarette. We watched from a distance, since he couldn't see us. Then he stood up, looked around, and started to creep to the house where the mom lived. And he walked to the back door. Without thinking, my friend and I ran through the 2 gardens that were between where we were and the mom's house so that we could catch him as he was trying to enter the back door. We arrived just in time. He was trying to open the door when we shouted at him, "What the fuck are you doing?" And he made a run for it, so we followed. He ran down the street to get some speed ahead of us, but we were both pretty athletic, so we were gaining on him. This was the most intense moment of our life. I remember the only thing I was thinking was not to slip and lose momentum. The end of the street was approaching, and the next turn would be 90 degrees to the right. So instead of slowing down, I jumped off the street so that I could intercept him after he would lose speed by taking the turn. My calculation was wrong, and he managed to take the turn without losing much speed. I spent too much energy sprinting in the foot-deep snow, and I knew that I would have to slow down. I was still about 10 meters behind him, but my friend was closer and gaining on him. When my friend realized that he could kick his feet and trip him, he did. He fell, and this was the quickest takedown ever. He'd smashed his head to the frozen ground, and he was out. While we were catching our breath, he didn't move. We rolled him over on his back, and he was breathing, but really shallow, with a cracking noise. I was terrified. Millions of questions came to my head. Is he dying? What if this was just some relative making a prank? Why did we chase him? Meanwhile, my friend checked his pocket, and there was adult lubricant, a strong sedative, and a broken camera. Luckily, the driver came a couple of minutes after, with the mom and the police. Then the ambulance arrived and took him away. The day after, we were brought into a police station for questioning, and the chief told us that the man was a known pedophile, not from our town, and that we for sure saved the day, and probably more kids, since the tumble that the guy took. It gave him bleeding in the brain, and he's not able to wipe himself anymore. We told him the story, and when my friend said he tripped him, the chief stopped typing, and he said, "Are you sure you tripped him? The way I see it is you three heroes caught a burglar in the act, and while he was running away, he fell and hit his head." He looked at us and nodded with a soft smile. But thinking back, this perv must have planned this, knowing when the festival was, knowing that she was a single mom, picking out that house. Knowing that gives me the creeps. In 2014, I moved to England from Canada to gain work and travel experience, and also to find myself. I ended up living in Essex with 3 other roommates. They were all women, all a bit older than I was. I was 24 at the time, Megan 31, Cherry was 34, and Cassie was 38. Megan was from New York, Cherry from New Jersey, and Cassie from Poland. All 4 of us shared this 3-story flat. The back of our home was the living room and kitchen. The back wall was complete glass that looked out into the garden. The garden was completely fenced in. The house had an interesting dynamic, to say the least. Tons of stories from that time in my life. I adored all of my roommates except Cherry. After living with Cherry for 7 months, I was over her antics. One day I came home from work. I lock the door, make myself something to eat, and go up to bed. I brought home some work with me, so I'm in my nightie with all of my papers around me and my headphones jamming out. I had headphones on because Cherry was out to dinner with work friends. That meant booze, and then soon after, that a tantrum was surely to come. I just didn't want to have to listen to her crazy scream crying. I'm working away, completely focused, until I feel something. I look up to see a man standing over me. I don't register it right away, and since Cherry regularly brought strange men home, I passively say, "Cherry's room is on the 2nd floor," and continue to work. He doesn't leave. Again, "Cherry's room is downstairs, He then interrupts me. "I'm not here for Cherry." A cold chill iced my veins. My fight or flight kicked in just then. I started surveying the situation. I look him up and down. He had a bottle of Prosecco in one hand and a knife in the other. He's about 5'10", wild, muddy brown hair, and black eyes. He has a light blue polo shirt on, and on one side of his collar, it's popped up, and he has a distinct Manchester accent. Once I focused in, I realized his eyes were black because his pupils were completely dilated. Shit, I was in trouble. I needed an escape plan. Unfortunately, this man was standing in between me and my bedroom door. I needed to get downstairs, but I needed him to think that it was his idea. I decided to play along. Just then, he uses his knife to pop the cork. Prosecco starts flowing onto my carpet, and I said, "Oh no, let's clean that up. I prefer to drink out of a proper flute anyways." "Yeah, you're a proper classy bird. Let's go." I try to act as natural as possible. I try not to show that I'm shaking all over. I try to gain control over my breathing. We take the long journey down to the main floor of my flat. All 3 floors.
He has the back of my nightie bunched up in one hand, and I could feel the point of the knife graze my back with his other. I was trying to playfully speak to him as we walked down the stairs. I couldn't tell you what I was saying. I was most likely rambling. I couldn't hear anything over my heart beating in my ears. We get to the bottom of the stairs, and there's a hallway to my left that leads to the front door. On my right, which is much closer to us, is the kitchen and living room. We make our way into the kitchen. I point to the cabinets that has the wine glasses. He said he knew where they were and started towards them. I now had the kitchen table in between us. It was time to run. I burst into a sprint down the hallway towards the door. My hands fumble over the locks, shaking and sweating. I swing open the door and see two men walking across the street. They must have been walking home from the train. There was a big train station in front of our home. I call out to them for help, and suddenly I'm flung onto the ground. Little pebbles piercing my skin. They sent sharp pains where they jabbed. The intruder pushed me out of the way to run and escape. One of the men chased after the intruder, while the other said for me to go inside while he surveyed my home and to call the police. I locked the doors and I called the police. While I was on the phone with dispatch, I manically run around the house and double-check all of the windows and doors. Suddenly, I hear a loud bang on my door. I inform the dispatch of the banging, and she informs me that police weren't there yet. I thought it might be one of the gentlemen who helped me. I go to look out the eye hole, and it's him, the intruder. He came back. He's banging on my door, screaming that I had his glasses and that he was not done with me. I absolutely freak out. The dispatcher attempts to calm me down, but I'm losing my ever-loving mind. She then said, "They're pulling onto your street now. You should hear their sirens." I did. Thank God. The intruder then blasts off. One officer jumps out of the passenger side while the car's still moving and chases after him. The second officer comes into my home, interviews me and the two gentlemen, collects evidence and takes photos. After some time of him being there, Cherry comes home and freaks out. Once the situation was explained to her, she said, "Oh my God, that could have been me." Yeah, thanks, Cherry. It's all about you. The next morning, I'm called in to identify the man that they had in custody. I pointed him out. I go into a little room and the officer pulls out an evidence bag. He asks me if the items were mine. They were. There was a pair of my underwear and photos taken from my home. The officer informed me that the intruder had been stalking me for some time now. He estimates 3 months. He had made a nest outside our home, on top of a hill that overlooked our living room and kitchen. He's also a known sex offender and drug dealer. The officer then told me how lucky I was to get out practically unharmed. Others weren't so lucky. To the man who stalked me and broke into my home, let's not meet again. However, I would love to run into those two gentlemen again. Every day, I'm thankful for them. When I was 13, my parents sent me to rehab. When you're that age, you can only go for so long. But I was there long enough to learn something pretty nuts. Part of the reason I struggled with substances was because my parents had a tendency to not believe the things I would tell them. I didn't really realize that this was the problem at the time or before rehab, but it was. Them not believing me about things that I was sure happened or I was sure were real really fucked with me. Where I come from and where I was, it's not very populated, so the chances that I would run into somebody I knew or that knew things about where I lived was pretty likely. On the first day I was there, and I'd learned it would be every Monday, you'd break out into these little mini groups. They were picked at random, and you didn't really have a choice. In these mini groups, you would have counseling sessions or group talk, open chat. I actually don't remember what they called it. I just remember there was one rule: honesty. Just tell the truth. So it's my first day there, and I decide I'm going to sit back and listen. Most people shared mild things, a couple more serious things. There were people there that definitely needed to be there more than I did. But there was one girl, when it was her turn to share. She started talking about something, and I was actually interested. Basically, my parents are the worst. A couple of years ago, they refused to believe me about something I was seeing outside my window. Yeah, I definitely saw it. And my sister's missing now, so yeah, they're basically the worst. It was when she talked about something outside our window. That's what caught my attention. But also the part about her sister. Obviously, that was really sad. I knew that I needed to talk to this girl more. She didn't really want to talk to me, though. So I had to wait for the next time that we were going to have that group session, and I just had to hope that I'd randomly get paired with her again. Well, I did. And when I did, I started talking about my story. Something that my parents did that upset me. The time that I saw somebody outside my window. The time that somebody tried to take me from my room, and they didn't believe me. He was dressed like a clown, I said out loud. A couple of people in the room laughed, but she looked right at me, and I knew she'd seen exactly what I'd seen. I think we got more validation out of meeting each other than anything else. So, I'm grateful for the experience, but I'd be lying if I said I forgave my parents, because I don't really. They never really did anything to help me outside of sending me to rehab. If anything, they just made things worse. But I got a real friend out of the deal, and I like to think that she feels the same way. Anyways, thanks for listening.
This happened a few years ago. I had gone to Walmart to buy diapers for my daughter, who was about 18 months old at the time. As I was finishing getting her strapped into the car seat after our shopping trip, a woman approached me. I quickly closed the car door and turned around to speak to this woman. She told me that her van was out of gas and asked if I could spare a few dollars. I told her that I was so sorry, but I didn't have any cash on me. She then asked if I could come with her over to the nearby gas station and use my credit card. At this point, I noticed a seedy-looking van a little ways off in the distance, with a man sitting in the front seat, watching us like a hawk. I knew that I had to get out of there. I told her, "I'm sorry, but I can't help you." And I got in my car and locked the door. Sure enough, she walked over and got into that seedy van. I drove the long way home, and I made sure they weren't following me. I was creeped out, but I soon forgot about the encounter. Fast forward 3 or 4 months, I see a news story about an attempted abduction of a woman in a Walmart parking lot. They show the mugshots of the individuals responsible, and it was the same couple I had encountered months before. My blood ran cold.
When I was 13 years old, my father and I would take daily trips to our local laundromat to do our drying because while we had a washing machine at home, our dryer had died and we couldn't afford a new one. Usually we'd just sit in the car in the parking lot and listen to the radio, or go for a drive along the river. However, with the winter weather quickly approaching, my father needed to get new wiper blades for his windshield wipers and decided to drive up the road to Walmart. While he went to the automotive section, I decided to go over to the books and magazines to see if they had anything that interested me. As I perused the shelves looking at the graphic novels and paperback books, I heard a kind of soft sobbing coming from behind me. I walked to the end of the aisle and saw the source was a guy a few aisles over, sitting on a bench near the pharmacy section. He saw me looking at him and stood up and moved down an adjacent aisle. Returning to what I was doing, I decided on getting Ultimate Spider-Man Volume 3 titled Double Trouble, and I was about to join my father in the automotive section when he texted me and asked me to grab some deodorant from the health and beauty. I walked down a few aisles to the health and beauty section, and that's when I saw the guy. He was just standing, staring at the shaving cream, still sobbing. I just shook my head and grabbed a thing of Old Spice deodorant, my father's brand, and I was about to leave when I heard a loud huffing sound, followed by a loud grunting. I turned to see the sad guy, standing there, holding a razor blade in his left fingers, stained with blood, and blood pouring from the wrist on his right arm. I immediately ran from the aisle, looking for someone, and found an employee nearby stocking shelves. "Help!" I shouted, pointing to the health and beauty section. "A guy just slit his wrists over there." The next several minutes were a blur of employees and paramedics who rushed over to help the guy. My father and I watched as he was wheeled out on a stretcher and loaded into the ambulance. According to the newspaper a few days later, the guy survived his wounds, having sliced horizontally instead of vertically. Turns out he'd been newly divorced from his wife of 10 years and didn't want to be alone. I hope he got the help that he needed and didn't try to hurt himself again. My sis and I were on the subject of the guy in my hometown that went on a killing spree. She brought up this story that I told when it happened. About 8 years ago, I stayed downtown. Back then, if you remember, Craigslist had a personal section. I never really dabbled in that, but being curious, I eventually did. So I made an ad, nothing spectacular, and waited. Not much went down. Just some scammers and bots, married people, etc. I got this one message from a young woman telling me how I sound interesting and they'd love to get to know me more. We exchanged pics. She exchanged an older pic, but she looked pretty cute in it. Had a bright smile, big blue eyes. She was nice, I just wasn't feeling her like that. She was 18 and I was 24 at the time, but also she was 7 months pregnant. We enjoyed conversations for a few days and decided to link up. She didn't stay far from me. She stayed more on the northeast side, just on the edge of downtown. This day there was a festival going on. I asked if she wanted to go, but she couldn't because her legs were tired and kinda sore. So I agreed to meet her at her place. She stayed in a northern slum, Not ghetto, but slum. The house was big, but also, you could tell off the bat that it was used as an apartment. Wasn't an appealing house, but there weren't many other appealing ones either. When I told her I'm outside, I see her come on the front porch. She was a small thing, all of 5 feet tall, white with dark hair. Couldn't be no more than 90, 110 pounds, and that was because of the pregnancy. Her baby bump was very noticeable. She had a small chocolate Labrador puppy with her. They both were happy to see me. When I got close to her, I was surprised. She didn't have the same bright smile I saw in her pics. Her teeth were gray and her face looked like someone who was on heavy drugs. Her eyes still had light to them, but overall, she looked like a tired human being, and not in the fatigued sense. I gave her a hug, made sure to watch my strength. We went into the place. There wasn't nothing sketchy about it. It stunk, like animals and weed. We went upstairs and I saw a black couple up there. They shut their door and it seemed like they were arguing. All the rooms upstairs seemed small, and the ceilings were slanted. Her room was fitted pretty nice. She was a smoker. I smelled the ashtray stench. We decided to watch Pineapple Express. This was my first time seeing that movie. She complained about her legs a lot. I saw some swelling on them, so I gave her a leg rub. I used her body lotion. She loved it a lot, appreciated it big time. We talked, and it was getting late. I wanted to head out downtown to catch the heat of the festivities. She looked like she enjoyed my company a lot, and as we were waving goodbye, for some reason I just said to myself, man, that chick seems troubled. I thought of burning sage when I got home. Like 2 days later, she hit me up saying that her ex-boyfriend got kicked out of his place and he needed somewhere to stay. So me and her hanging out couldn't happen again. Which I didn't care. I just told her I understood and to make sure that she's safe. I left for Chicago to spend time with my family. I came back a week later, and after getting my hair twisted, I saw a realty sign with her last name on it when I was out for a walk. She had a unique last name. I decided to check on her. I sent her an email. No response. About 5 minutes later, I opened up Facebook, and as I scrolled, I stopped immediately because I saw the very picture that she'd sent me. I'm like, why the hell is that pic on here? Well, I clicked a link saying there was a triple homicide. I sat on the curb and was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I read the details and was just shocked. She met a guy on Craigslist for sex. Supposedly, her boyfriend met him too, because he killed the ex-boyfriend and decapitated him. Left his body at a park that I was familiar with. He took her and held her captive in his basement. He tortured her for a week. What made me so pissed was that he went to a sports bar down the street from me and told the bartenders how he had someone locked up in his basement right now. Nobody took it seriously enough to call the police. That probably could have saved her. He strangled her, stuffed her in a suitcase. By then, the police figured him out, and he was on the run. When they stopped his car, he decided to take himself out. And what I mean by that is, he killed himself at the end of a high-speed chase. The cops followed him, and he shot himself. The woman was in the trunk of his car, inside of a suitcase. They found him probably because of the emails from Craigslist. I know they investigated my email. I deleted it immediately once I took all of this in. About a month later, I was on Craigslist, and I saw the miscellaneous section about meeting scammers and such. I posted a reply about people being careful, and I posted her story. Also around then, I had a guy that I went to high school with who got caught robbing people for money on there. When I summarized her story, I got a reply from a lady demanding to know what I know. Come to find out, it was her aunt. When I told her, she wanted to talk on the phone, so I did. I gave her my condolences and told her about the time that we spent together. She told me her ex was pimping her out. Her life was never like that. Her parents were good people and confused that she took that path in life. That girl was just a baby. I've been around death before, but nothing like that. Because what if I kept hanging out with her? The crazier parts are the guy had another woman in his place, but she escaped. She was living with him, and he made her his sex slave. But also, he was supposed to fly to Vegas to meet a lady from a fetish site. But there were complications on his end. The day he committed the murder, he contacted the lady and told her he wanted to meet her ASAP. He was paying for the travel and everything, but she needed his info. She didn't go through with it. She looked him up and happened to see his connection with a triple homicide. What's even more dark is that they didn't find her ex-boyfriend's head at the park, just his body. They found his head north of the city in 2019, like 25 miles away from his dead body. Why did he take the head? What did he do, and why travel with it like that? The awkward thing is that there was a lady who lived with me a year after that. Things were complicated and I had to kick her out. She moved into the exact room that chick was in. I know because I had to come over to give her some stuff that she left. This is also the girl that played a major part in my sister and her ex-boyfriend breaking up for good. People do come into your life for a reason, I suppose. I used Craigslist for business and some social events, but after that, my approach became entirely different, and I became very cautious on who I met. I probably won't respond after this story. It was a really dark period in my life, and I'm sure I won't come off as the hero by any means. But I've learned my lessons and made right by God for my sins. This happened a good couple of decades ago. When I was in my 20s, I was a hellraiser, and also heavily addicted to meth. I don't hold on to a lot of memories from this period in my life, but this one, well, let's just say it's left a scar. It also may have saved my life. So I was addicted to meth, but my girlfriend, she was too. We enabled each other out of community college with our addiction. She said that her and her friends were going to do it to study all night during finals week. But after finals week, we just didn't stop. 1,000 unfinished, poorly planned projects were tossed out of my dorm room the day they found us smoking in the stairwell. I couldn't go home. That meant breaking up with her and my other new love. Not to mention, I wasn't ready to tell my family that my girlfriend and I got kicked out of college for smoking ice together. So, she and I began living in my minivan off campus. We'd still sneak into the gym to shower, but most of our time was consumed by getting money for the drug, getting the drug, doing the drug, and repeat. I somehow kept my job at the printing shop throughout all of this, but even that money started to run out just as fast as the meth. Not in the right state of mind, she and I came up with a plan to rob someone at the bus terminals. They're deserted and a good 100 yards away from any building or window for prying eyes. It didn't take us long to catch a single rider getting off the bus alone at night. It was close to 1 a.m. We checked the bus schedule and waited for the last couple of buses to make their rounds through. Finally, on the second to last bus scheduled to roll through, an older man steps off the bus. We wait. He's the only one. Doors shut. Bus pulls off. My heart starts racing, and I hear my girl hop up. She's already on her way to the man before I can give my next action a second thought. She runs to approach the man, slowing down her pace as she nears him, catching his attention with a pretty face and a naive question about bus times. The man happily stops and turns to answer her inquiry. But before he's able to pull his hands from his coat pockets to check his watch, I'm supposed to come up from behind and knock him out. I do. The first swing doesn't take him down. The second one does. We empty his pockets and make a dash back to the van. Parked miles away, it's our first chance to actually see the loot we've collected. $20, a bus pass, and some receipts. The 20 got us what we needed for the night. It was the easiest money I've ever made. We hatched a plan to hit another bus stop the next night. This time we were going to try to kidnap the person, not to hurt him, but thinking that we'd take him to an ATM and make them clean it out. I kept a hairbrush in my pocket to resemble a gun, along with a fabric sack to pull over a person's head. The sun sets and we're in another empty bus terminal, waiting for the next lick. Sure enough, as the light poles begin to turn on, a bus rolls in and drops off a single passenger. Again, my girl jumps up from our hidden position before we even establish that this is the guy we're going to get. No turning back now. It's game time. She starts jogging up to him. I duck out of view and start to make my way around unseen, so I'll be facing his back when he turns. I watch as my girl catches up to him to say her lines. I'm watching her while slowly approaching from behind. Her face isn't smiling. She looks almost scared. But I don't really process her expression before I'm already picking up my pace and volume of steps. But as if he knew I was coming, the man turned around to face me. I notice his eyes immediately. His eyes are black, pure black. No pupils, no whites around, just black. It startled me enough to throw me off my game. My usual confident aggression became a tailspin of stammers. With the fake gun still in my pocket, I managed to mumble out, "Give me your money." But he just stares at me. The momentary pause of silence gives me another chance to say it with my chest, and I said, "Did you hear me? Empty your pockets." But again, this guy just stares at me, and then he smiles. Creepiest, most arrogant smile I've ever seen. His arrogance sends me into a rage, and I use my free hand to grab him by his collar. But when I do, it feels like he somehow got me by the throat. But I can see his arms. They're down at his side. He doesn't even touch my girl, yet I see her hit the ground. Both of these events, the choking sensation, my girl falling, I'm so confused. Moreover, why couldn't I fully grip this guy's neck? Why was I getting weaker? And just as I had that thought, everything went black. The next time I see light, I can tell that time has passed, but I have no idea how much. This was before cell phones, so it wasn't just as easy as looking at my phone. But the other thing I notice is that I can't move my hands. They're tied. Not only that, but I'm tied to something. A large pillar supporting the top cover of the bus terminal. I don't see my girl, not immediately, but I can hear her.
Oh my god, what the fuck, Ian?
Then she starts to cry. I go to work on whatever has me tied up, asking her if she's tied too. I realize the ties aren't even that tight, so they're off quick. I move around the pillar to help my girl, and that's when I see her face. And when I do, I immediately start to feel around my face. Her face is riddled with words like junkie and human garbage. But worst of all, she's got a capital L literally carved into her forehead. And from the feel of it, I've got one too. When she sees me, she immediately bursts into tears, begging me to untie her, pleading that I tell her if her face looks like mine. Once untied, she goes over to the plexiglass cover over the benches at the bus stop. And by the shrill that she lets out, it's apparent she caught her reflection. By this point, neither of us are high. We're majorly jonesing, but Everything is missing. We've already had no drugs, but now everything we had was gone. No keys, no wallets, nothing. My girl is majorly freaking out, and she decides to pick up her pace and is well ahead of me as we make our way back to the van. As we make our way back to the van, I'm going through my pockets, and that's when I find that the guy did leave something behind. A note. I stop my girl and I ask her to check her pockets. She does, and we each have one. We each had one in our back right pocket. He starts the notes out with our full names, followed by, "You're still breathing. You're lucky. I know exactly who you are. I'll be watching. Next time, you won't be so lucky." The moment we finish reading our notes, I look over and my girl just gives me this horrified look. Then it clicks. She's looking just beyond me, behind me. I quickly turn around to see what the fuck is going on, and there's no one there. She keeps pointing and looking horrified. Then she screams. Just a pure panicked scream. And then she just takes off. Books it in the direction of town. I don't even entertain chasing her. I'm so confused. And I watch as she disappears from sight. So, I'm alone. It seems about dawn, and I'm desperate to get to my car. So I keep walking. I don't know what the fuck my girl's gonna do, going out in public with her face looking like that. I was sure she was gonna be arrested. Well, out of sight, out of mind, I guess. I made my way back to my van. When I finally get there, I'm shocked. I see my keys sitting on top of it. No sign of my wallet, but 1 for 2 isn't bad. Getting into the car, I realize the horror that is my face. Scribbles, scratches, the L. It's a shit show. And my mom, she's going to cry, no doubt. Even though I wasn't living with my parents at the time, my ID still had their address. Major paranoia kicked in, and I decided to make a drive to their house, afraid for the worst. Did this guy kill my family? Or do something to my home? He had not. Everyone was fine. Only thing that they were afraid of was my face. And yes, my mom cried. I had to plead with my parents not to call the cops. Call it leftover paranoia or the genuine concern that I would go to jail for trying to rob someone. Not to mention the guy we actually did rob. I was sure that he had filed some sort of report. They didn't end up calling the police, but that was the last time I manipulated my parents into doing anything to save my ass. To be honest, it was all a pretty fucked up situation. I mean, I know I was doing people wrong, absolutely, but I guess that's what I mean. Like, this guy could have killed us, right? Sure, he slightly disfigured us, but why did he stop there? Was he interrupted? So many questions. It was almost easier just to focus on my sobriety. My dad, he didn't talk to me for weeks, and that was rough. But when he did talk to me, he had a pretty valid and unsettling question. How did this guy know where to put my keys? I hadn't thought about that at all, which I blamed on drugs. I was just happy that something had worked out, you know? But yeah, how did he know? I parked so far away from the terminal, and he hadn't seen us before he'd gotten off the bus, like that wasn't even possible. What I keep going over, can't let go of, is what the hell was wrong with that dude's eyes. And also, how he managed to choke me without even putting his hands on me. My parents chalked it up to I was high, and he probably didn't have those eyes, and he likely was touching me. But I'm telling you, no way. Even in my highest of highs, when I'm sober, I can differentiate things. And this one, that's definitely how it happened. Oh, and yes, I still have the scar. It's faint, thanks to a lot of TLC. Better for worse, I'm a hat guy. I never physically saw my girl again. But I know she didn't learn her lesson, at least not quickly. A mutual friend told me that she went off the deep end. 2 years after this whole thing, she'd been locked up for attempted robbery and assault. Tattooed her whole face, told people that she was the son of Satan. Not the daughter, but the son. Yeah, meth. It's a hell of a drug. No idea what happened after that. I remember trying to look her up once Facebook was a thing for me. No such luck. Given my colorful past, I don't keep up with a lot of people from my hometown. I've been sober more than 20 years, but other than telling this story, there's no going back there for me. I was leaving the bar tonight around 12:30 a.m. into the parking lot that they share with a few other businesses. I felt that I should grab my pepper spray and keys from my purse for some reason, but it wasn't far from where my friends were standing, and I didn't need the keys to open the car. This might be where it all started. I walked the 15 yards to my car, and again, I don't need the keys to open the door as long as they're on my person. I open the door and look inside, like I've done a million times in this parking lot. And sitting there is a man that I immediately do not recognize. I immediately freeze and ask, "Hello, who the hell are you?" Meanwhile, I take in that he's sitting in my passenger seat, going through my glove box, holding my registration. He says,
"Are you..."
Name similar to mine. I try to think, how can I get out of there fast? Because my mind goes to the idea that he could pull a weapon at any point. I say, "No, but I'll go get her." And I turn around and run back to the bar to tell my friends and the bartender. They check it out 30 seconds later, and the guy took off before anyone could see him. My keys automatically unlock my car if I'm within a certain distance. This must have left my car unlocked at some point, and some guy took advantage of it. Maybe he didn't mean physical harm, but he could have taken advantage of my vulnerability and isolation if he chose to. And I could be dead right now. Criminals don't like being caught in the act. So this happened a while ago. When I was 17, my girlfriend was 16 at the time, and we were asked if we could babysit for my cousin, who couldn't. We obliged when money was involved, obviously, and we went to the house at about 2 p.m., and everything was all right. It came to be around 1 a.m., and we were wondering, when were the parents going to be home? So we tried to message them. However, no reply. We thought to ourselves, they must be too drunk, but they should be on their way soon, hopefully. We were warned prior to babysitting that there had been a few things that had occurred in the past, such as people threatening to smash windows, people attempting to kick the door down and get in, and so on. We thought nothing of it at the time, just said to ourselves, it won't happen whilst we are there. We were mistaken. Around 1 a.m., I heard a noise outside. I turned to my girlfriend who was on her phone, asking if she heard it. She said, "No, you're just hearing things," and brushed it off. About 10 minutes later, I was bombarded with glass. A brick had flown straight through the window, landing on the sofa next to me. I went outside to see if I could find the person who did it. However, they must have already escaped, or so I thought. A little information about this house. On the left-hand side, there was an alleyway leading into both the back garden of the house and the neighboring house. It was pitch black. However, being the brave person I thought I was, I turned on the flashlight on my phone to look down the alleyway. As I did, I may have shit myself, as I saw someone in a black hoodie crouched down in there. We stood there, frozen, staring at each other, felt like an eternity, before he finally threw himself towards me at full speed. I said to myself, fuck this shit, and I ran into the house, locking the door behind me, hands shaking. When I got back in, the kids were already downstairs wondering what had happened, and my amazing girlfriend was there to comfort all three of them, telling them it's nothing, even though they were probably old enough to know what had happened. She started to clean up the mess while I was on the phone with the police, fearing that the person was still waiting outside. The police came within minutes, took our information, and told us they would patrol the area, keep an eye on the house until the morning. About an hour later, the police knocked on the door again and gestured me to follow him to his patrol car. When I got to the car, I saw a man sat in the back seat, handcuffed, and was asked, "Is this the person who smashed the window?" I analyzed the person from head to toe, and he fit the description I gave police entirely. The parents finally got home and were obviously worried about their children's safety. However, the kids were fine, and they thanked us, paid us, and we went on our way home at around 4 a.m. A few days passed, and it turns out it was the mother's crazy ex, who had intentions to kill her. However, she was not home. And when he was taken into custody, they found a knife in his pocket. I still get chills when I think about the night. What if I tried to be brave and fight the guy? I would 100% be dead or seriously injured. I know this isn't really scary to most people, but if you've ever been in a similar situation, you understand just how terrifying it is. To clarify, this is my mom's story from one of her part-time jobs in the early 90s, so it happened a long time ago. In 1990-91, my mom started working at a group home as a youth worker, doing counseling and support work. For context, this home was in a residential area, not too far from the local hospital, police station, downtown core. This home had 3 floors, and had about 8 different girls who lived on the second floor, and an attic above. The main floor was where the office and the kitchen area were. At the time, the agency didn't have strict regulations, so my mom would be working night shifts by herself and having to manage all of these kids alone. One night, my mom began her shift and was made aware of some really creepy information. Both the home supervisor and the kids who lived in the home reported weird smells at night, sounds coming from the attic, and food was going missing on day and night shifts. Keeping in mind at the time that nobody was allowed up there or stayed there, my mom would have to do half-hour checks to ensure that all the doors were locked. However, during her shifts, she didn't notice any problems. Thankfully for her, none of the weird events took place on her specific shifts. As events kept being reported, they then called in maintenance workers. When the maintenance workers went around to check the property, they noticed that one of the windows on the 3rd floor, in a room which was locked, had been broken. The room wasn't accessible from the inside of the house, so nobody knew about it. Unfortunately, that room had access to the attic. The maintenance workers then went up to check the attic and found various things: food wrappers, clothing, and even things from the residents' bedrooms. The room was locked off from the inside of the house, but was able to be opened from the other side. from inside the room, meaning that at some point, throughout night or day shifts, the stowaway was walking inside the home and no one knew. They would have had to have come down when the residents were either being taken to school, asleep, or at appointments. But the stowaway would have been able to view the schedule board in the office. So they would have known when staff were coming and going, and any days when residents would have been gone. During the time that the stowaway had occupied the attic, there were reports from other staff members about feeling as though they were being watched. Eventually, the maintenance workers fixed the windows. The fridge was locked, and security cameras were installed. There weren't any issues after that. However, my mom does have other creepy stories after working 20+ years in the field, and she just might share some more.